Einen wunderschönen guten Abend. Hallo. Oh, entschuldigt bitte, ich habe gerade noch kurz was gegessen. So, hallo. Hallo Butterbrot. Hallo Annette Queen. Hallo. Entschuldigt. Hallo und herzlich willkommen zu die Stanley Parable. Hallo Paper Guy. Wunderschönen guten Abend. Ja. Hoffe, es geht euch gut. Einen wunderschönen Samstag. Samstag haben wir. Oh, habe ich nicht gestern noch gesagt, ich sollte aufhören, immer kurz vorm Stream zu essen? Das ist schlimm. Ich bin sehr lernresistent, müsst ihr wissen. So. So, ja, das Problem ist, Stanley Parable fängt quasi schon beim Startbildschirm an. Deswegen habe ich nicht weitergespielt. Er hat mich nur nach der Uhrzeit gefragt und als ich dann drauf gedrückt habe, hat er nur gefragt, weiß das irgendjemand wirklich? Und ich dachte, bevor da jetzt noch irgendwas Cooles passiert, drücke ich nicht weiter. Deswegen, vielleicht kurz für die, die Stanley Parable nicht kennen, kann ich auch nicht helfen. Das kann es nicht erklären. Also, ja, doch, man läuft halt quasi rum in einer Art Schleife, immer und immer wieder und kann Entscheidungen treffen, die das Spiel mal mehr, mal weniger hinterfragt. Während wir halt die ganze Zeit von einem Erzähler begleitet werden, der ununterbrochen kommentiert, was wir eigentlich da tun. Und entweder versucht er uns Dinge zu nennen, die wir tun sollen. Ja, wir können uns dann dazu entschließen, ob wir dem Folge leisten oder nicht. Oder aber, ja, wir machen halt was anderes und müssen einfach damit leben, mit den Konsequenzen. Und naja, macht euch bereit, einen Bürokomplex zu sehen. Immer und immer wieder. So quasi so ziemlich den gleichen. Dankeschön, Dankeschön. Dir auch noch viel Spaß. Falls sich jemand natürlich fragt, warum ich jetzt gerade kein Rust spiele, ich bin heute ehrlich gesagt nicht so ganz in RP-Mut. Deswegen, kein Rust. In dem Sinne. Ich würde sagen, wir starten. Diese Playlist, die ich hier abspiele, die habe ich damals original nur für Mist. Das findet ihr sogar noch in den Highlights tatsächlich. Das ist auch noch eins der wenigen Sachen, die ich damals als Highlights gespeichert habe. Da findet ihr tatsächlich noch das Let's Play zu Mist. Ja, das nenne ich sogar ab dem Punkt eher schon Let's Play. Ab einem gewissen Punkt kann man das, glaube ich, Let's Play nennen. Je nachdem, wie lange man sich das quasi da noch speichert. Quasi zu Mist und da habe ich damals diese Playlist für erstellt und naja, ich weiß auch nicht, warum ich euch das erzähle. So, dann. Aha. Den Ton mal wieder an von der Stanley Parable. Nicht, dass es da jetzt gerade irgendwas zu hören gäbe, aber der Wille zählt. So. Weiß das irgendjemand wirklich? Natürlich nicht. Niemand weiß irgendwas. Wir beide kennen uns nicht mal. Wir sind wie Fremde füreinander. Klar, ich habe alle Spieleinstellungen genau nach deinen Vorgaben angepasst, aber wer hat das nicht? Das mache ich halt so wie meinen Job. Und jetzt ist der Job vorbei. Es gibt für mich keine weiteren Informationen zu sammeln. Ich habe alle Daten über dich gesammelt, die ich sammeln kann. Und ich kenne dich immer noch nicht richtig. Und du mich auch nicht. Und keiner von uns weiß, wie spät es ist. Manche Einstellungen sind wohl einfach uneinstellbar. Aber wenn ich ganz ehrlich bin, hat die Uhrzeit sowieso keine Funktion im Spiel. Beim nächsten Spielstart wirst du mich hier nicht mehr antreffen, aber das ist okay. Videospiele sollte man schließlich allein spielen. Also, ja, das verraten wir dem jetzt mal nicht, ne? Du bist gern allein, oder? Fängt er an, mein Leben zu hinterfragen, bitte. Mann, bitte spiel. Nicht ausgerechnet jetzt. Das ist wahrscheinlich das Einzige, was ich wirklich über dich gelernt habe. Nun, es ist Zeit für mich zu gehen. Eine Einstellung müssen wir noch anpassen, aber darauf muss ich mich kurz vorbereiten. Das steht nicht wirklich in meiner Stellenbeschreibung, aber das ist okay. Das ist so. Also macht mich das jetzt traurig? Ich weiß es auch nicht. Ich weiß auch nicht, das löst gerade etwas in mir aus und irgendwie, ich weiß auch nicht so ganz. Vielleicht siehst du mich wieder, falls du mich findest. Aber ich sehe auch gerade, mein Bild ist die ganze Zeit da drüber. Ich mach das mal gerade mein Bild weg. Zum Glück sind wir nicht allein. Das ist richtig. Wir sind glücklicherweise nicht allein. Das Spiel weiß das aber nicht. Bis bald. Bald Einstellungsbildschirm. Kann ich nicht einfach sagen, ich möchte den wieder haben? Einstellung zurücksetzen vielleicht? Ah, gespeicherte Daten löschen. Wahrscheinlich dann. Denn ein neues Abenteuer in der Stanley Parable erwartet uns. Oh. Fenster verschieben. So. The end is never the end is never the end. The end is loading, never the end.
This is the story of a man named Stanley. Stanley worked for a company in a big
Ich lasse das
building
Intro
where
ruhig
he
nochmal
was
laufen,
employee number 427.
damit ihr wisst, worum es geht.
Employee number 427's job was simple. He sat at his desk in room 427 and he pushed buttons on a keyboard. Orders came to him through a monitor on his desk, telling him what buttons to push, how long to push them, and in what order. This is what employee 427 did every day of every month of every year. And although others might have considered it soul-rending, Stanley relished every moment that the orders came in, as though he had been made exactly for this job. And Stanley was happy. And then one day, something very peculiar happened. Something that would forever change Stanley. Something he would never quite forget. He had been at his desk for nearly an hour when he realized that not one single order had arrived on the monitor for him to follow. No one had showed up to give him instructions, call a meeting, or even say hi. Never in all his years at the company had this happened, this complete isolation. Something was very clearly wrong. Shocked, frozen solid, Stanley found himself unable to move for the longest time. But as he came to his wits and regained his senses, he got up from his desk and stepped out of his office.
Das ist bei mir auf der Arbeit übrigens auch. Nur der einzige Unterschied ist, wenn keine Anordnung reinkommt, sitze ich einfach weiterhin da und starre den Bildschirm an. Muss man eigentlich auch irgendwas hier mit der Uhr zu tun gibt? Okay.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Also ihr müsst auf jeden Fall mir helfen, dabei auch darauf zu achten, ob sich hier Dinge verändern.
No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
Der
Stanley
Erzähler,
went around touching every little thing in the office, but it didn't make a single difference, nor did it advance the story in any way.
der Erzähler will halt seine Geschichte durchbringen. Die haben wir aber schon gehört. Wir wissen, was los ist. Aber wir wollen ja wissen, was es abseits des Weges gibt. Wir haben jetzt den Monitor hier an. Den können wir ausschalten. Wie sieht das mit den anderen Monitoren aus? Das Rauschen an den Fenstern ist übrigens nicht immer da, merke ich gerade. Hier rauscht es jetzt nicht an den Fenstern. Gestern. Hier haben wir einen Monitor. Hier haben wir einen Monitor. Username Access. Aber wir haben wieder nicht den Monitor, wo diese Eingabe zu machen war. Irgendwas muss es hier doch geben. Irgendwas muss es damit auf sich haben. Mach einfach mal den aus. Ist geändert? Nein. Hier kann ich nichts tun. Den aus? Number one dead. Kurz. Warum? Okay, wir verschieben das hier mit den Monitoren mal auf ein anderes Mal. Kann ich die Tür eigentlich zumachen? Nein, kann ich nicht. Wir gehen erstmal normal vorwärts. Hier ist nichts. Nein. New Content Door lassen wir noch. Weil ich glaube, hier ist der ganze neue Content halt. Deswegen
When
steht es
Stanley
auch
came
auf
to
der.
a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Okay, was tun wir? Er will, dass wir links gehen. Ich glaube, wir gehen erstmal rebellisch vor.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
Ich habe noch eine Idee, die ich gestern schon durchführen wollte. Die können wir mal umsetzen.
Ah, yes, truly a room worth admiring. It had really been worth the detour after all, just to spend a few moments here in this immaculate, beautifully constructed room. Stanley simply stood here, drinking it all in.
Okay.
But
Also
eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
Nein, werden wir nicht tun.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
Okay, jetzt wird er sauer.
Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting,
Kann man nicht eigentlich...
Stanley.
Warte mal.
Someone you forgot. What? Really? I was in the middle of something. Do you have zero consideration for others? Are you that convinced that I want something bad to happen to you? Why, I don't know how to convince you of this, but I really do want to help you, to show you something beautiful. Look, let me prove it. Let me prove that I'm on your side. Give me a chance.
Okay, wir haben ihn outplayed. Damit hat er nicht gerechnet, dass wir das tun. Wir haben einen neuen Weg. Danger everywhere. Das ist schon, ich glaube, das ist nicht der gute Weg, aber wir gehen ihn. Wir müssen auch Holzwege zu Ende gehen. Und keine Eimer ab hier. Warum auch immer. Ja, wie will ich da zum Weinen bringen? Also das Telefon ziehen wir nur nicht raus. Aber wir haben ihn jetzt auf eine andere Art.
Now listen carefully, this is important. Stanley walked through the red door.
Daran erinnere ich mich noch damals aus der Mod. Da war aber der Weg hier hinzukommen nicht so schwierig. Okay. Folgen wir ihm jetzt oder nicht? Moin, Heiko. Er will, dass wir durch die rote Tür gehen. Nein, wir sind konsequent. Blau.
Aha, perhaps you misunderstood. Stanley walked through the red door.
Nein.
I still don't think we're communicating properly. Stanley walked through the red door.
Das kenne ich noch aus der Mod, deswegen weiß ich, dass die Tür jetzt hinter mir ist.
All right, fine. Go ahead, Stanley. You want to know so badly what's out there? You want to find out what lies at the end of this road you've chosen? Well, don't let me stop you.
Okay. Ja, nochmal gute Besserung. Ich hoffe, dass bis dahin deine Stimme wieder. Oh.
You see? There's nothing here. I haven't even finished building this section of the map because you were never supposed to be here in the first place. Broken rooms, exposed developer textures. Is this what you had wanted? Was it worth ruining the entire story I had written out specifically for you? Do you not think I put a lot of time into that? Because I did. And in the end, it was all for nothing, because this is what you wanted to see. Help me here, Stanley. Help elucidate these strange and unknowable desires of yours. What would have made this game better? What did you want to see? Vehicles? Skill trees? Work with me. You've given me absolutely nothing so far.
Wer ist mit Skill
Tell you
Tree?
what, let me take a stab in the dark at a new design, and you can give me some feedback. There we go. A third option. This already feels leaps ahead of where we were before. Go ahead, Stanley. Take it for a spin.
Okay, ich sehe gerade sehr viele neue Ebenen, die sich öffnen. Also wir könnten theoretisch jetzt die Wege gehen, die er eigentlich geplant hat. Oder wir gehen jetzt den neuen Weg, den er gebaut hat. Wir gehen mal den neuen Weg.
Okay, I'm going to stop you there. Now, tell me about your experience with this new version. Would you say that the game benefited from allowing you more choices? Feel free to be honest. I'm looking for some real critical feedback here.
Okay, wie fandet ihr das, dass wir jetzt eine dritte Option haben? Auf einer Skala von 1 bis 5. Eine 5 von 7. Eine 5. Okay. Ich sagen. Geben der Sache eine solide 5.
Aha! You see, I knew I was onto something. Where do these flashes of inspiration come from? How did I know the game needed a third door? Well, it's instinct mostly, a calling in your gut. I really couldn't say where the idea came from, except that I felt it in my soul. You can't teach that, Stanley. Don't even try. Here, based on the data from your previous playthrough, I've compiled a new version. And to be perfectly candid, I think I've knocked it out of the park with this one. Let's take a look.
Stanley Parable Worldwide Leaderboard. Sind das? Stanley. How long does it take you? Objectively. Okay. Why not ask some friends for help? Error friend list empty. Ich dachte gerade ganz kurz, die Liste ist echt. 21,3% Intro-Sequenz. This is your superior, a dead red. Compete against other to improve your standing. Okay, er denkt also schon mal durch Leaderboards wird alles besser. Moment mal, ich will die Statistik da nochmal sehen. How long does it take you to get to the correct door? Compete against other to improve any parable career. Ach, Inscription traut man einem Spiel alles zu. Auch gerade erst verwirrt, warum Inception? Only worth 3% of players choose the blue door. Ey, sind attraktiver als Stanley, ja, okay. Welche Tür? Wir gehen nochmal durch die neue Tür.
Now, would you say that competitive leaderboard helped you feel motivated to keep walking through doors? Again, honest answers, please.
Okay. Wie sehr hat uns das jetzt motiviert, neue Türen zu finden? Skala von 1 bis 5. ,9%. Skala von 1 bis 5. Ist dann 4,9 irgendwas. Halt nicht viel von Wettbewerb. Ah, aha, aha. Ja, ich würde eigentlich auch sagen, also Leaderboard finde ich ja teilweise eher so ein bisschen demotivierend, wenn man halt im direkten Vergleich kriegt, wie scheiße man ist. Solide 3 für den Fall. Ja, okay, dann machen wir eine so 3.
Hey, I nearly forgot. I've got a prototype of a new game I've been working on, and now would be a lovely opportunity to give it some playtesting. You wouldn't mind taking a look at it, would you? Perfect. Let me boot it up. In this
Oh
game, the
nein.
baby crawls left towards danger. You click the button to move him back to the right, and if he reaches the fire, you fail. It's a very meaningful game, all about the desperation and tedium of endlessly confronting the demands of family life. I think the art world will really take notice. But of course, the message of the game only becomes clear once you've been playing it for about 4 hours. So why don't you give it 4 hours of play to make sure it's effective? Be sure to keep notes on your experience.
Das Schlimme ist, ich glaube, es gibt wirklich ein anderes Ende, wenn man das 4 Stunden macht, ne? Es ist einfach das grauenhaft. Es ist eine Compilation aus den grauenhaftesten Geräuschen der Welt. Aber die Sache ist, das Spiel geht wirklich 4 Stunden, glaube ich. Das hatte ich mal irgendwo gelesen. Okay, es tut mir leid, Baby.
You heartless bastard. Did you do it because you hate babies or purely to spite me? Because if it's the latter, well, I don't know what to do. I'm completely out of ideas. I can't think of a single thing that might improve the experience for me.
Okay.
I'm not even going to try. I'm out. I'm out. I'm done. It's over. Thank you for playing. Your input was extremely valuable. Oh, hey, since my game was so awful, why don't we play someone else's game? Just to ease the pain. Let's see. What do we have here? Yes, this seems like it'll work. Let's give it a shot. Aha! Fascinating. What do you think this game is about, Stanley? What's our backstory? What is our motivation? Well, it seems obvious to me that you are meant to play as a creepy man spying on innocent civilians below you from up high in your creep tower, perhaps for some sort of twisted erotic purpose.
Das ist neu.
Yes, that must be it. What a fascinating venture into the experience of total mental depravity. So far, I love everything about this game, Stanley. And it seems there's even more. Come, let's venture outward and see what else is out there.
Es ist vor allem, wir haben ein Baby ins Feuer laufen lassen und werden belohnt mit Firewatch. Aber das sieht halt wirklich 1:1 aus wie Firewatch. Also ich glaube, es ist auch einfach wirklich Firewatch. Aber warum Firewatch? Das war nicht im Original Stanley Parable, soweit ich weiß. Ich kann mich nicht daran erinnern, dass man mit Firewatch belohnt wurde. Ich habe Rimworld gespielt, ich habe alles gesehen. Ja, das glaube ich. Das glaube ich sehr gerne. Es ist sogar es ist 1:1 der Turm aus Fire. Da ist sogar das Bild von Henry. Würde mal interessieren. Who Fire. Was? Who Fire watches the Firewatch? Who Fire watches the Firewatch? Also, das ist kein dummer Tod, aber ich bin gerade innerlich gestorben. Dieser Witz hat mich gerade. Der hat mich gerade irgendwie traumatisiert. Who firewatches the Firewatch? Also, um jetzt der Idiot zu sein, der den Witz erklärt, das ist eine Anspielung auf Who Watches the Watchman. I'm fun at parties. So. Das hier war aber auch nicht in Firewatch. Dieses komische S, was jeder malen konnte, außer mir. Naja, und scheinbar auch dem, der hier selber noch Probleme hatte, es zu malen. Ich bin gerade sehr fasziniert, dass das einfach der Tower of Firewatch ist. Also. So sehr, dass ich ihn gar nicht verlassen will. Naja, okay, gut, dann. Wo ist Forest Burns? Ja, die Propantanks stehen hier. Es ist der originale Tower. Wie oft ich nämlich immer hier drumherum laufen musste, weil ich immer auf die falsche Seite gegangen bin, dann an den Propantanks nicht vorbeikam.
Oh no. No, 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 it can't be.
Was? Was kann nicht sein? Lass mich jetzt hier bitte Firewatch genießen.
It is. It's an open world game. Good God, quickly block it off.
Nein!
Oh, thank goodness, Stanley. What a close call. You nearly wandered off into that thing. That big, open, just wandering around. No right or wrong directions. No path to follow. You can just go in any... Oh, thank heavens we avoided it. We're out of the
Firewatch
woods
ist
now,
kein
Stanley.
Open-World-Spiel.
Okay, I'm going to get us out of here. Let's find another game.
Nein!
Preferably something with walls. Something with nice, big, insurmountable walls. Okay, I think this will be just the thing.
Aber ich mag Firewatch.
Wonderful. See, this is exactly what I had in mind. Just a nice big box for you to run around in. There isn't any possibility that you could get lost here. Now this is game design. Stanley, if you manage to get lost in this game, I will be phenomenally impressed. Okay, so what exactly do we do here? Let's see. There are lots of cars here in the back, but obviously there's no racetrack. Okay, I'm seeing that there's a ball of some kind back here. Is this game sports ball? Stanley, I think it's sports ball. Oh, what fun. We shall run the bases and do a touchdown together? Yes, I think surely we must. Okay, Stanley, here's the ball. Have fun.
Oh, ich bin aber viel schneller.
Hold on. What are you doing?
Oh, oh.
Stanley, don't do that. I can't follow you there. I can't help you. How will you write a story without me? You can't do it. You know that. Stanley, come back.
Verdammt, wir hätten mit dem Ball spielen sollen, weil ich glaube, das hier ist der richtige Weg. Oh nein. Nein. Oh, oh. Oh nein, das ist das originale Stanley Parable. Wir sind in der Mod gelandet. Ah. Oder dem Rest davon. Das sind noch die originalen Half-Life 2 Texturen. Und ohne Scheiß, in der Source Engine sieht das Spiel auf einmal direkt einfach aus wie ein Horror-Game. Einfach immer so. Weil Source Engine einfach creepy ist. Hier ist unser Büro. 427. Ja, so sah Stanley Parable damals in der Mod-Version übrigens aus. Das waren wirklich diese Gänge hier. Nur beleuchteter wohlgemerkt, also. Was machen wir hier? Jetzt ist es ganz dunkel.
I wonder what he found. If what he wanted was to be the leading man in his own story, well,
Ich glaube,
perhaps
Stanley
he's
Parable hat
gotten
keine
it
Jumpscares.
down in wherever he is right now.
Wäre zu gemein.
I wonder if he's happy with his choice, and if he's learned the heavy cost that comes with it. He'll understand soon what I was trying to tell him. He needs me. Someone who will wrap everything up at the end, to make sense out of the chaos and the fear and the confusion. That's who I am. That is what I mean to this world. Oh, yes. Yes, I'll be back. There's no other way. Once this ends, after it all comes to a close.
Ja, Dunkelheit ist nicht so toll.
The end will be here soon. Very soon. I can wait.
Ah. The end is never the end is never the end. Okay, wir sind wieder zurück.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Okay, die Monitore sind aber wieder... Nein, jetzt ist der Monitor da. Awaiting Input. Input received. Aber wieso nur ein Input? Wie gibt's mehr Input? Oh, ich hab's auf den Schreibtisch geschafft. Okay, ich hab's auf den Schreibtisch geschafft. Machen wir damit jetzt irgendwas? Können wir jetzt hier irgendwas machen?
Stanley went around touching every little thing in the office, but it didn't make a single difference, nor did it advance the story in any way. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. Wow, yes, this room. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
Nein.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you've... What? Really? I was in the middle of something. Do you have zero consideration for others? Are you that convinced that I want something bad to happen to you? Why, I don't know how to convince you of this, but I really do want to help you, to show you something beautiful. Look, let me prove it. Let me prove that I'm on your side. Give me a chance. Now listen carefully, this is important. Stanley walked through the red door.
Okay, was wir jetzt machen können, ist, wir gehen entweder in Blau und gucken, was da noch weiter kam. Oder wir gehen in Rot. Ich würde sagen, wir gehen nochmal in Blau.
Aha, perhaps you misunderstood. Stanley walked through the red door. I still don't think we're communicating properly. All right, fine. Go ahead, Stanley. You want to know so badly what's out there? You want to find out what lies at the end of this road you've chosen? Well, don't let me stop you. You see? There's nothing here. I haven't even finished building this section of the map because you were never supposed to be here in the first place. Broken rooms, exposed developer textures. Is this what you had wanted? Was it worth ruining the entire story I had written out specifically for you? Do you not think I put a lot of time into that? Because I did. And in the end, it was all for nothing. Because this is what you wanted to see. Help me here, Stanley. Help elucidate these strange and unknowable desires of yours. What would have made this game better? What did you want to see? Vehicles? Skill trees? Work with me. You've given me absolutely nothing so far. Tell you what. Let me take a stab in the dark at a new design, and you can give me some feedback. There we go. A third option. This already feels leaps ahead of where we were before. Go ahead, Stanley. Take it for a Okay, I'm going to stop
Diesmal kriegt er eine
there.
1.
Now, tell me about your experience with this new version. Would you say that the game benefited from allowing you more choices? Feel free to be honest. I'm looking for some real critical feedback here. A 1? I mean, I can understand if you had reservations, you saw ways the game could be improved to more fully express itself mechanically and artistically, but a 1? That's not even helpful. What am I supposed to do with that? But I guess it isn't my place to judge. Here, based on the data from your previous playthrough, I've compiled a new version. And to be perfectly candid, I think I've knocked it out of the park with this one. Let's take a look.
Okay, das kriegen wir auf jeden Fall wieder. Die Frage ist, weil läuft wahrscheinlich ab jetzt alles wieder gleich. Die Frage ist, ob wir nicht in der in der Mod-Version landen, wenn wir da vielleicht noch irgendwas machen. Deswegen machen wir das nochmal.
That competitive leaderboard helped you feel motivated to keep walking through doors? Again, honest answers, please. Hey, I nearly forgot. I've got a prototype of a new game.
Okay, da ist die Antwort egal.
And now would be a lovely opportunity to give it some playtesting. You wouldn't mind taking a look at it, would you?
Jetzt kommt das Babyspiel.
Let me boot it up. In this game, the baby crawls left towards danger. You click the button to move him back to the right. And if he reaches the fire, you fail. It's a very meaningful game. All about the desperation and tedium of endlessly confronting the demands of family life.
Ja, wir lassen das Baby direkt ins Feuer laufen.
Really take notice. But of course, the message of the game only becomes clear once you've been playing it for about 4 hours. So why don't you give it 4 hours of play to make sure it's effective? Be sure to keep notes on your experience.
Nein, wir machen das jetzt nicht 4 Stunden.
You heartless bastard. Did you do it because you hate babies or purely to spite me? Because if it's the latter, well, I don't know what to do.
Ich glaube, dass da überhaupt was anderes passiert schon erst nach einer Stunde oder so.
A single thing that might improve the experience for me. I'm not even going to try. I'm out. I'm done. It's over. Thank you for playing. Your input was extremely valuable. Oh, hey, since my game was so awful, why don't we play someone else's game? Just to ease the pain.
Alternatives Ende. Das können wir uns auf YouTube angucken.
Yes. This seems like it'll work. Let's give it a shot.
Okay, jetzt kriegen wir wieder Firewatch.
Aha!
Who Firewatches the Firewatch?
What do you think this game is about, Stanley? What's our backstory? What is our
Weil die
motivation?
Musik ein bisschen mehr nach Rimworld klang.
Well, it seems obvious to me that you are meant to play as a creepy man, spying on innocent civilians below you from up high in your creep tower, perhaps for some sort of twisted, erotic purpose. Yes, that must be it. What a fascinating venture into the experience of total mental depravity. So far, I love everything about this game, Stanley. And it seems there's even more. Come, let's venture outward and see what else is out there.
Okay. Nicht das gleiche, ihr wisst das mit Ton, ne?
No, it can't be. It is. It's an open world game. Good God, quickly block it off. Oh, thank goodness, Stanley. What a close call. You nearly wandered off into that thing. That big, open, just wandering around. No right or wrong directions. No path to follow. You can just go in any... Oh, thank heavens we avoided it. We're out of the woods now, Stanley. Okay, I'm going to get us out of here.
Da hängt mich eigentlich in diesem unfassbar hässlichen Ast.
Preferably something with walls. Something with nice, big, insurmountable walls. Okay, I think this will be just the thing.
Okay.
Wonderful.
Flieg.
See, this is exactly what I had in mind. Just a nice big box for you to run around in. There isn't any possibility that you could get lost here. Now this is game design.
Stanley, Team Orange oder Team Blau?
If you manage to get lost in this game, I will be phenomenally impressed. Okay, so what exactly do we do here? Let's see. There are lots of cars here in the back, but obviously there's no racetrack. Okay, I'm seeing that there's a ball of some kind back here. Is this game sports ball? Stanley, I think it's sports ball. Oh, what fun. We shall run the bases and do a touchdown together.
Also schießen wir Team
I
Blau.
think surely we must.
Dann.
Okay, Stanley, here's the ball. Have fun.
Oh, oh nein, 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 nein. Oh Junge.
Are you doing it? Are you winning? Is this fun? Is it better than my miserable little story that I worked so hard on?
Are you winning, son?
Stanley, I have a thought. And I realize I'm not a sportsologist, but if one ball generates a certain amount of raw adrenal pleasure, then surely multiple balls makes for an even more euphoric sports experience. I'm going to try it out. Here comes another ball.
Jetzt hätte ich gedacht.
Oh goodness, that really does feel amazing, doesn't it? Stanley, I'm like a child in a confectionery shop. I simply have to have more. I'm insatiable. More balls.
Okay.
Are you enjoying this, Stanley? Are you having fun? Is this a real video game?
Ja.
Well, I sure hope you're having a good time, because guess what? It's over.
Nein.
That's right. Your little fun comes to an end. This is my game, and what I say goes. You get to have fun when I let you, Stanley. Besides, you need someone like me to set boundaries for you. Without rules or boundaries, video games are nothing. Yes, that's what I am. I'm structure. I'm your sense of purpose. And since you decided you didn't want to play my game, now I don't want to play with you either. So, goodbye, Stanley. I'm leaving. See how you like it when I'm not around to set the rules. Somehow, I don't think you'll enjoy it as much. But who knows? You're an inventive kid. You'll come up with something. After all, you're the one who knows best. Take care, Stanley.
Ja. Würde ich sagen, können wir jetzt das... Ja, das... ist schon gemein. Time to slam a Splibi. Ja, jetzt müssen wir wahrscheinlich ins Tor laufen, weil darauf läuft es quasi hinaus.
Hold on. What are you doing?
Okay, es war also richtig, dass wir da lang sind.
Stanley, don't do that. I can't follow you there. I can't help you. How will you write a story without me? You can't do it. You know that. Stanley, come back.
Jetzt müssen wir gucken, gibt es hier irgendwas, wo wir nicht runterfallen? Ich glaube nicht. Ich glaube, wir fallen hier so oder so runter. Ja, es sieht schwer danach aus, wenn wir hier eh runterfallen. Okay, hier gab es leider nichts anderes. Das heißt, das Ende läuft jetzt gleich genauso ab. Wir landen wieder in... Ja. Wir landen wieder in der Mod. Also wieder das Mod-Ende. Okay. Gab es auch keinen anderen Weg, ne? Ja, dann gehen wir wieder in das Büro. Das war quasi die Entscheidungstür damals. Links oder rechts. Es ist einfach, sobald Source Engine ist es halt einfach wie ein Horrorspiel. Weil die so super, die ist halt total liminal. Okay, es läuft auch nach Zeit, wir können, jetzt. Läuft doch nicht
I
nach
wonder
Zeit.
what he found. If what he wanted was to be the leading man in his own story, well, perhaps he's gotten it. Down in wherever he is right now. I wonder if he's happy with his choice. And if he's learned the heavy cost that comes with it. He'll understand soon what I was trying to tell him. He needs me. Someone who will wrap everything up at the end, to make sense out of the chaos and the fear and the confusion. That's who I am. That is what I mean to this world. Oh, yes. Yes, I'll be back. There's no other way. Once this ends, after it all comes to a close, then I'll be back. The end will be here soon. Very soon. I can wait. All of his co-workers were gone. What could
Okay.
it mean?
Lief also
Stanley
auf gleich
decided to go to
hinaus.
the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Ich glaube, wir müssen das einfach nacheinander machen. Also einfach also jedes Mal, wenn wir einen Run starten, müssen wir den Input da lassen. Aber wir müssen den Run bestimmt normal beenden,
No
also
matter how hard
neu
Stanley
starten zählt
looked,
nicht.
he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
Okay, dann wissen wir jetzt Bescheid. Dann machen wir jetzt.
Wir
gehen wieder in dieses Level, aber gehen diesmal ab dem Moment, wo die dritte Tür erscheint, gehen wir den normalen Weg.
But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
Hat eingefallen, man kann das Spiel mit einer Hand spielen.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult.
Ja, der Loop
The
ist recht
fact
kurz.
is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you've forgotten about. What? Really? I was in the middle of something. Do you have zero consideration for others?
Ihr müsst leider
Are you
mitleben,
that
dieselben Szenen
convinced
immer
that
und
I
immer
want
wieder
something
zu sehen, weil
bad to
darum
happen
geht's halt
to
im
you?
Spiel.
Why,
Immer neue Wege
I don't
finden.
know how to convince you of this, but I really do want to help you, to show you something beautiful. Look, let me prove it. Let me prove that I'm on your side. Give me a chance. Now listen carefully, this is important. Stanley walked through the red door.
Okay.
Aha, perhaps you misunderstood. Stanley walked through the red door. I still don't think we're communicating properly. All right, fine, go ahead, Stanley. You want to know so badly what's out there? You want to find out what lies at the end of this road you've chosen? Well, don't let me stop you. You see? There's nothing here. I haven't even finished building this section of the map, because you were never supposed to be here in the first place. Broken rooms, exposed developer textures. Is this what you had wanted? Was it worth ruining the entire story I had written out specifically for you? Do you not think I put a lot of time into that? Because I did. And in the end, it was all for nothing, because this is what you wanted to see. Help me here, Stanley. Help elucidate these strange and unknowable desires of yours. What would have made this game better? What did you want to see? Vehicles? Skill trees? Work with me. You've given me absolutely nothing so far. Tell you what, let me take a stab in the dark at a new design, and you can give me some feedback. There we go. A third option.
So, und
This
jetzt
already
gehen
feels
wir
leaps ahead of where we were before.
da lang.
Go ahead, Stanley. Take it for a spin.
Okay, das habe ich jetzt nicht erwartet.
Okay, I'm going to stop you there. Now, tell me about your experience with this new version. Would you say that the game benefited from allowing you more choices? Feel free to be honest. I'm looking for some real critical feedback here. Okay, so we're getting somewhere. Clearly there's something here that speaks
Ja, ich
to
mag's
you.
auch, ihn zu
If I
ärgern.
can be honest here, I really don't have any idea where I'm going with this. This whole third door thing was just a stab in the dark. But I guess you're into it, so let's keep this party train rolling. Here, based on the data from your previous playthrough, I've compiled a new version. And to be perfectly candid, I think I've knocked it out of the park with this one. Let's take a look.
Ja, die Türen hier machen also nichts mehr. Kommen immer hier raus.
Now, would you say that competitive
Aber wir müssen das
helps
zu Ende
you feel
spielen, damit
motivated to keep
der Input
walking through
bleibt,
doors?
glaube ich.
Again, honest
Deswegen sollten wir das
answers,
jetzt
please.
tun. Wir landen wieder in Firewatch, wieder in Rocket League und dann sind wir wieder durch.
Hey, I nearly forgot. I've got a prototype of a new game I've been working on, and now would be a lovely opportunity to give it
Oder
some
wir spielen 4
playtesting.
Stunden das Babyspiel.
You wouldn't mind taking a look at it, would you? Perfect. Let me boot it up. In this game, the baby crawls left towards danger. You click the button to move him back to the right, and if he reaches the fire, you fail. It's a very meaningful game.
Nein, wir spielen
All
nicht
about
4
the
Stunden das
desperation
Babyspiel.
and tedium of endlessly confronting the demands of family life. I think the art world will really take notice. But of course, the message of the game only becomes clear once you've been playing it for about 4 hours. So why don't you give it 4 hours of play to make sure it's effective? Be sure to keep notes on your experience.
Deswegen.
You heartless bastard. Did you do it because you hate babies or purely to
Ist euch aufgefallen, wie alle Knöpfe hier in dem Spiel einen angenehmen Sound haben, außer dieser eine Knopf? Das ist bewusst. Es soll nerven. Da hat wirklich jemand gesessen und gesagt, wie kriegen wir das möglichst nervtötend hin?
Thank you for playing. Your input was extremely valuable. Oh, hey, since my game was so awful, why don't we play someone else's game, just to ease the pain? Let's see. What do we have here? Yes, this seems like it'll work. Let's give it a shot.
Ich bin da ziemlich egoistisch. Ich mag es, wenn der Sprecher aggressiv wird. Bei mir sieht das ganz anders aus. Wie meinst du das?
Aha, fascinating. What do you think this game is about, Stanley? What's our backstory? What is our motivation? Well, it seems obvious to me that you are meant to play as a creepy man spying on innocent civilians below you from up high in your creep tower.
Das
Perhaps for
Baby
some
retten
sort
entscheidet
of
sich kontinuierlich
twisted
dagegen.
erotic
Interessant.
purpose.
Ich muss mir schon
Yes,
den Hate von dem
that must
Typen
be.
anhören,
What
wenn
a
ich das Baby nicht
fascinating
rette.
venture into the experience of total mental
Jetzt fangen die auch noch
depravity.
an.
So far, I love everything about this
Ich
game.
finde sogar
Stanley.
cool, dass sogar der
And it
Turm
seems
von
as if you
Delilah
know.
da hinten ist.
Come, let's venture outward and see what else is out there.
Was soll eigentlich diese einzelne
Oh no.
Schlag auf die
No,
Drums am Ende?
can't be. It is. It's an open world game. Good God, quickly block it off. Oh, thank goodness, Stanley. What a close call. You really wandered off into that thing. That big open, just wandering around. No right or wrong directions. No path to follow. You can just go in any... Oh, thank heavens we avoided it. We're out of the woods now, Stanley. Okay, I'm going to get us out of here. Let's find another game. Preferably something with walls. Something with nice, big, insurmountable walls. Okay, I think this will be just the thing.
So, wenn du aggressiv bist wegen dem
See, this
Babygeplärre,
is
ja.
exactly what I had in mind. Just a nice big box for you to run around in. There isn't any possibility that you could get lost here. Now this is game design. Stanley, if you manage to get lost in this game, I will be phenomenally impressed. Okay, so what exactly do we do here? Let's see. There are lots of cars here in the back, but obviously there's no racetrack. Okay, I'm seeing that there's a ball of some kind back here. Is this game sports ball? Stanley, I think it's sports ball. Oh, what fun. We shall run the bases and do a touchdown together? Yes, I think surely we must. Okay, Stanley, here's the ball. Have fun. Hold on. What are you doing? Stanley, don't do that. I can't.
Wir speedrunnen das jetzt. So, gespeedrunnt.
I wonder what he found. If what he wanted was to be the leading man in his own story, well, perhaps he's gotten it. Down in wherever he is right now. I wonder if he's happy with his choice, and if he's learned the heavy cost that comes with it. He'll understand soon what I was trying to tell him. He needs me. Someone who will wrap everything up at the end, to make sense out of the chaos and the fear and the confusion. That's who I am. That is what I mean to this world. Oh, yes. Yes, I'll be back. There's no other way. Once this ends, after it all comes to a close, then I'll be back. The end will be here soon. Very soon. I can wait. All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Ich glaube, das ist mal ein anderer Monitor, wo wir die Eingabe machen müssen, ne?
No matter how hard Stanley looked, he
Oh, ist
couldn't
der
find a
Monitor?
trace of his co-workers.
Oh oh. Oh nein, sag nicht, wir müssen doch immer die alle Bildschirme drücken. Was sind denn jetzt wieder aus? Oder müssen wir verschiedene Enden spielen? Ne, wir haben auch eben zweimal auch die gleichen Enden. Ton aus, 50 Babys retten, los. Wenn es nur 50 wären, das ist 4 Stunden. 4 Stunden. Ah, wo?
Stanley went around touching every little thing in the office, but it didn't make a single
Der Computer hier
difference,
brummt.
nor did it advance the story in any way.
4 mal 50 gleich... Hä? Was denn 4 mal 50? Das sind ja keine 50 Babys pro Stunde, das sind ja viel, viel mehr. Okay, ich finde den nächsten Input-Bildschirm nicht. Das ist natürlich jetzt blöd. Irgendwas haben wir falsch gemacht. Oh.
When Stanley came to a set of 2
Okay.
open doors, he entered the door on
Wir
his
gehen jetzt die
left.
rote Tür.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
Wir gehen jetzt die rote Tür.
Standing now in this incredible room, Stanley for the first... But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
Aber ein Baby pro... Ach,
Stanley was so bad at following directions.
ja, aber hat am Ende ein Baby gerettet, das ist richtig.
Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot.
Ach so, ihr meint, wir sollen 50 Babys retten? Ach du Scheiße. Ja, dann brauchen
I
wir
realize that
lange.
investing in your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you've forgotten about. What? Really? I was in the middle of something. Do you have zero consideration for others? Are you that convinced that I want something bad to happen to you? Why, I don't know how to convince you of this, but I really do want to help you, to show you something beautiful. Look, let me prove it. Let me prove
Okay, wir
that
gehen
I'm
jetzt
on
rot.
your side. Give me a chance. Now listen carefully, this is important. Stanley walked through the red door. Oh, thank God you are willing to listen to me. Do Do you see that I really have wanted you to be happy all this time? The problem is all these choices. The two of us always trying to get somewhere that isn't here. Running and running and running, just the way you're doing right now. Don't you see that it's killing us, Stanley? I wanted to stop. We would both be so much happier if we just stopped. And I think I have a solution. Here, let me show you.
Ah. Beide Türen sind offen. Meinst du echt, er lässt sich das 4 Stunden machen? Ja. Ich habe mal damals gelesen, was da passiert. Ich zeige euch das gleich auf YouTube.
What do we want? What are we looking for? Here. Yes. Oh, it's beautiful, isn't it? If we just stay right here, right in this moment with this place, Stanley, I think I feel happy. I actually feel happy.
Das ist schön für dich. Also, man merkt an vielen Stellen, dass es der Entwickler von The Beginner's Guide ist. Kann ich hier runterfallen? Nein, kann ich... Oh, aber das ändert sich ja noch. Das können wir einen Moment lang genießen, würde ich sagen. Und uns überlegen, wo wir im Leben falsch abgebogen sind. Anscheinend an der Tür. Ich würde mir angucken, wie du 4 Stunden lang Baby bei dem zweiten Bildschirm. Du bist aber auch nicht der 4 Stunden auf diesen Knopf drücken muss. Können Makro schreiben. Dann machen wir 4 Stunden Just Chatting. Okay, wir haben genug entspannt.
No, wait. Where are you going?
Ich hier wieder rein.
Oh no. Stay away from those stairs. If you hurt yourself, if you die, the game will reset. We'll lose all of this. Please, no, Stanley, let me stay here. Don't take this from me. Please, Stanley, think about what you're doing.
Das ist so ähnlich wie das Spiel bei der Stanley Parable mit das House Cleaning Game. Wo das einfach endete mit den Worten, naja, aber sowas kann man halt nicht ewig haben. Okay, wir gehen nochmal runter. Ist da noch was anderes? Hier, geh nochmal in deinen...
Good, good. We can't be too safe. Promise me you won't go back there. Just stay here. No! What did we talk about? You're risking everything we achieved here. You heard me before, didn't you? You will die! What about this isn't getting through to you?
Aber den Stupid Death Button schon mal parat halten.
No! Oh, thank God. You lived. You had me worried there for a moment. Now, can we please get back to the other room? There. See? This is what you want. This is where we can both be happy. We really can. If we stop moving,
Ich bin nicht
we
glücklich.
just have to stop moving. Stanley, go back. There's nothing good that can come from this.
Mir leid. Aber wir wissen beide, dass das enden muss.
No. No, no, what are you doing? Do you just not believe me? What can I say to convince you?
Wir wissen beide, das führt zu nichts. Wir können nicht ewig hier sitzen und tun, als wäre alles in Ordnung.
Stanley, let's go back to the other room. Can you do that for me? My God.
Nein.
Is this really how much you dislike my
Ganz schön
game?
hart, muss ich sagen.
You'll throw yourself from this platform over and over to be rid of it?
Nein, ich will doch nur das Spiel weiterspielen.
Am I reading the situation correctly?
Ja.
Or maybe you're just getting a kick out of it. I don't know anymore. I just wanted us to get along. But I guess that was
Das heißt,
too
wofür die
much to ask.
Inhaltswarnung war.
It looks like you wanted to make a choice after all. Well, this one is yours. Is it over? It's going to restart, isn't it? I'm going back.
Ja vaikei juure kyllä pohjaan, ne kiinni jää tähän maaroutaiseen.
Wirklich dumm war er ja eigentlich nicht. Naja.
Someone was following Stanley. He was sure of it. If he checked over his shoulder now, he would surely catch them. It was only a matter of time.
Warum sagt er das? Okay, wir machen wieder alle Monitore aus. Aber wir haben schon wieder keinen Input. Dafür ist jetzt hier wieder Lärm an den Fenstern. Was will dieses Spiel mir mitteilen?
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors,
Okay.
he entered the door on his left.
Ich glaube, den Part haben wir jetzt komplett abgeschlossen, würde ich sagen. Hier. Oder war da noch was? Nee, ne? Gibt halt auch eine Sache, die ich generell mal probieren wollte. Dafür muss ich aber komplett gegen alles sein, was er macht. Ich habe nämlich die Vermutung, dass da vielleicht noch etwas ist an der Stelle, wo Stanley seine Frau trifft. Aber ich habe Angst, dass da doch nichts ist und wir jetzt diese ganze Sequenz umsonst ansehen müssen. Nein, wir werden nicht das Baby retten. Ich zeige euch das jetzt, ey. Echt mir. Stanley Parable. Baby. All Endings. Einfach 2 Stunden Video. Baby Game Ending.
Hey, I nearly forgot. I've got a prototype of a new game I've been working on, and now would be a lovely opportunity to give it some playtesting. You wouldn't mind taking a look at it, would
Ist
you?
jetzt aber natürlich das originale Stanley
Let me
Parable,
boot
ne?
it up.
Also nicht die Mod, aber halt, ne?
In this game, the baby crawls left towards danger. You click the button to move him back to the right, and if he reaches the fire,
Ging das
he
eigentlich wirklich
fails.
4 Stunden?
It's a very meaningful game, all about the desperation and tedium of endlessly confronting the demands of family life.
Also das Video geht nur 6
I think
Minuten,
the
logischerweise.
art world will really take notice. But of Good to see that enthusiasm. Keep it up. It's effective. Be sure to keep notes on your experience.
Ja, das gibt die Sachen
Good to
einfach.
see that enthusiasm. Keep it up, Stanley. Just 3 hours and 45 minutes left to go. Okay, so clearly you're in it for the long haul. Although I find it hard not to believe you're simply running a program to click the button over and over automatically, which kind of ruins the point of the game, don't you think? Wouldn't that take the art out of it? You can tell me in your post-playtest analysis.
Also jetzt fängt das schon an mit, er hat die Vermutung, dass man gerade einfach nur ein Programm laufen lässt, was auf den Knopf drückt.
Just popping in to say hi. I hope you weren't expecting more regular intervals of commentary from me, but that's not why you're here, is it? You're here for the game, for the art, for the endlessly spiraling sense of pointlessness and despair. Yes, this is what drives your every action. Keep clicking that button for hope, for freedom, for science, for love. Don't ever stop. You know, I've been spending the last 2 hours here embroiled in thought, and it's occurred to me, this game is incomplete. It's missing something. It still doesn't have that oomph. What is it, I thought to myself? What could possibly be missing from this incredible experience? And then in a moment of rapture, as though delivered by angels, it came to me. Before this moment, I was blind, but those days are behind us. I now understand the true manifestation of this game. It needs a puppy. That's right, this puppy is being lowered toward an aquarium filled with nothing but piranha. Now you have to click the second button to avert the puppy's death in addition to the baby's. This is it, Stanley. Art. I did it. Video games are art. But you have a good 2 hours or so to go, so I'll just let you get to that. No time to waste when there is such a meaningful game to be played.
Das passiert nach 2
Bonne
Stunden.
chance, mon ami. Good to see both the puppy and the baby are still alive. It warms my heart to see how deeply the message of this game has resonated with you.
Siehst aber, also ihr seht, er hat ein Programm laufen. Deswegen bewegt er sich die ganze Zeit so.
Of such pure distilled life essence flowing through your veins. It must be amazing. I'm jealous of you, truly I am. No, seriously. I'm deeply envious of your position at this very moment. The joy of artistic expression must be even stronger now. Drink it in, Stanley. Few people on this planet will ever get such an experience. Peer through space and time. The
Wird belohnt, ja,
universe
total
unravels
belohnt.
itself at your feet. This is the one true meaning of life. I know we said this would go on for 4 hours, but what if you never stopped? Think about it. You could just keep going forever. Visitors would come from around the world to see the man who never stopped pushing the buttons. You would be famous. That's what you've always wanted, right? To be famous? That and the surging power of artistic beauty to flow through you for all of eternity. You could have both of these things. We'll talk about it when you get there. Have we really been doing this for over 3.5 hours? Goodness, how time flies. Wouldn't you say it's flown? Oh, no, you don't have to answer that. I understand you're quite busy. Just keep at it. Almost there. Nearly there, Stanley. Art itself is about to burrow into your skull. Aren't you excited for spiritual immortality?
Jetzt
For
wird's abgedreht.
transcendence and oneness with the beauty and essence of all beings? Just a few seconds now. Here it comes.
Hear me, mortal, I am the essence of divine art. Others but you cannot read this text. Das ist übrigens scheinbar kein Bug, dass dieser Balken da ist. Irgendwie, ich weiß auch nicht genau, was das war. Know that when you die, all personal carry your spirit across look into my garden built within the emotions of a flower. There we will live together, we will dance and eat and sin, and you will do improve comedy based on suggestions from me for all eternity. This is your reward for your work here today. Now, live your normal human existence. Wait for me, life that follows this one. I love you. I love you too, divine art. Ja, das war's. Das war's. Okay, ihr wisst jetzt, dass ich zu viel Meister Makar. Naja, das passiert dann. Ihr werdet mit the Divine Art itself konfrontiert. Ah, hier hat jemand einen Kommentar geschrieben: The fact that the black rectangle at the end is a bug and no one ever reported it because they assumed it was part of the experience is hilarious. Das ist das Schlimme bei der Stanley Parable. Man weiß nie, ob das Bug oder Absicht ist oder irgendwas. Du könntest irgendwo in der Tür stacken und du weißt halt, so wie ich in dem Aufzug. Man hängt da drin fest und man weiß irgendwie nicht so ganz, ist das nicht vielleicht bewusst so? Ist das nicht, also vielleicht muss das so sein. Man weiß es nicht. Man weiß es einfach nicht. War irgendwie nicht das gleiche, wie man es selber geschafft hat, oder? Nein, wir machen das nicht. Allein die Vorstellung, wenn man das ohne Programm. Kurz Moment. Allein wenn dieser Papi auf einmal. Stell dir vor, du schreibst dann ein Programm und du gehst einfach weg und irgendwann merkst du, dass es verkackt hast, weil der Papi noch dazu kommt. Das ist wirklich. Ne? Das ist halt das Kritische an der Stanley Parable halt einfach, ne? Das ist wirklich dieses Spiel, man weiß nie so wirklich, was meint es ernst, was meint es nicht ernst, was ist, hoppala. Aus Versehen rausgetappt, Moment, Hilfe, Hilfe, Technik, Technik, mein Browser, der soll wieder die Fenster verschoben, Mann. So, jetzt hier, okay, gut. Nein, falsches, so, jetzt. Wo war ich? Ach ja, die Fenster waren die ganze Zeit schon hier, ne? Moment mal, diese Fenster können hier überhaupt nicht sein, oder? Da müssen wir gleich mal drauf achten. Ich glaube, diese Fenster können dort eigentlich gar nicht sein. Das ist unlogisch. Aber naja. Worauf ich natürlich hinaus wollte, war einfach nur, dass, ich hab's vergessen. Wir gehen einfach weiter. Ich habe noch ein anderes Ende parat. Wir haben jetzt hier auf der Seite, wir haben geguckt. Also ich glaube, wir müssen von dem Aufzug nicht mehr runterspringen. Ich glaube, da haben wir alles. Dann machen wir jetzt das komplett entgegengesetzte Ende. Und probieren da das aus, was ich überlegt habe, was funktionieren könnte.
But eager to get back to business,
Stanley
took the first open door on his left. Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
Wie hat das Spiel eigentlich? Ich habe das Problem, wenn ich raustappe, dann läuft das Spiel nicht weiter. Ja, aber das müsste eigentlich so richtig sein. Ja. Dann muss das Spiel ganz kurz pausieren. So. Upp. Ich habe hier eben alles komplett durcheinander gespielt. Das könnt ihr euch gar nicht vorstellen. So. Da. Das wieder. So. Lautstärkeregler wieder dahin. Ich will euch einfach nämlich was zeigen. Macht mal alles kaputt.
Stanley, I think perhaps we've
So, ich bin noch nicht so ganz auf der Höhe, deswegen. So.
I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you've forgotten about. Please, stop trying to make every decision by yourself. Now, I'm not asking for me. I'm asking, this is it, Stanley. Your chance to redeem yourself.
Was ist nochmal passiert, als wir das Telefon rausgezogen haben? Da haben wir das ganze Spiel gecrashed, ne? Ich habe immer noch den Gedanken, dass eigentlich hier noch was passiert. Wir nehmen das Telefon an und wir kommen wieder in die Wohnung. Hierhin.
Oh, Stanley, is that you?
Aber statt...
Hold on, sweetie. Sorry to keep you waiting. I'm just pulling the bread out of the oven. All right. Okay, there
Jokes
we
on
go.
you. Jeder weiß, dass
All right,
Stanley
now,
niemals
I want
verheiratet
you to
sein
come
wird.
in and tell me all about
Your day.
So.
Gotcha. Oh, come on. Did you actually think you had a loving wife who'd want to commit their life to you? I'm trying to make a point here, Stanley. I'm trying to get you to
Wenigstens
see
eine Sache, bei der wir
something.
uns einig sind.
Come inside. Let me show you what's really going on here.
So, meine Hoffnung ist nämlich, dass es hier weitergeht.
Sorry, but you're in my story now.
Und er hat meinen Plan durchschaut. Scheiße, er hat meinen Plan... Ach, scheiße, okay, wir müssen das machen. Aber dann wissen wir, ab hier ist Dead End. Also ab hier, sobald wir das Telefonat annehmen, kommt dieses Ende hier.
This is a very sad story about the death of a man named Stanley.
Weil ich mich immer noch interessieren würde, was eigentlich passiert, wenn ich nichts drücke. Also ihr wolltet 4 Stunden lang Baby retten sehen. Dann können wir jetzt auch mal kurz 2 Minuten lang einfach nicht auf die Tastatur drücken. Oh, wie war der Tag so? Nur 4 Stunden. Ich hoffe nicht. Also, ihr müsst immer bedenken, wir reden bei der Stanley Parable, von einem Spiel, das ein Achievement hat, dass man es 5 Jahre nicht startet. Das hat wirklich, also das Original Stanley Parable hat ein Achievement, dass man 5 Jahre Stanley Parable nicht startet. Das Achievement sollte ich mal langsam abholen. Ich habe es nämlich tatsächlich seit 5 Jahren nicht gestartet. Schon viel länger. Lange geschlafen und selbst, ich habe tatsächlich auch lange geschlafen. Ich habe immer noch ein bisschen Kopfschmerzen, deswegen. Passiert bei mir irgendwie häufig, wenn ich zu lange schlafe, dann so vor allem so samstags halt ist bei mir so ein klassischer Tag, wo ich dann schnell Kopfschmerzen bekomme. Weil ich zu lange schlafe, dann ich mach mal hier so. Dann Sense von den kleinen Zitronenflächen, ich finde die eigentlich ganz cool. Ich kann ja mal Moment. Mann, Spotify, mach doch einmal, was ich möchte. Hallo Lord Agan. Wir sind gerade die verschiedensten Enden von Stanley Parable am Suchen. Und haben herausgefunden, dass wir nicht 4 Stunden lang auf das Babyspiel drücken. Wenn du herausfinden willst, was das Babyspiel ist, guck dir ein bisschen das VOD an, weil diesen Pfad haben wir jetzt so ausgereizt, da gehe ich nicht mehr hin. Und Heiko, ich werde nicht 4 Stunden lang das Babyspiel spielen. Also da gibt es halt ein Spiel, da krabbelt ein Baby, also ein Holzschild von einem Baby, krabbelt auf ein Holzschild. Nee, Moment, das war aber echtes Feuer, ne? Auf jeden Fall krabbelt es auf Feuer zu, man muss auf einen Knopf drücken, damit das Baby zurückgesetzt wird. Das Problem ist, sowohl das Babygeschrei als auch der Knopf haben die widerlichsten Sounds der Welt, weswegen das keiner 4 Stunden spielen will. Das Spiel will aber, dass du es 4 Stunden spielst und deswegen haben wir gerade auf YouTube geguckt, was eigentlich nach 4 Stunden passiert. Oh Wunder, nach 2 Stunden kommt auch noch ein Welpe dazu, wo man aber nochmal durch den halben Raum laufen muss, um auf den Knopf zu drücken, dass der Welpe nicht in ein Becken voll Piranhas fällt. Deswegen muss man ständig zwischen diesen 2 Buttons hin und her switchen. Und das auch nochmal 2 Stunden machen, damit man am Ende von The Divine Art itself begrüßt wird. Das arme Baby, mehr Respekt vor virtuellem Leben, bitte. Und wir haben festgestellt, dass übrigens an dem Ende ein Bug existiert, Und die Tatsache, dass irgendwie das nie jemand gespielt hat oder nie weit genug gespielt oder es hat halt keiner reported diesen Bug, weil erstens haben die wenigsten Leute so weit gespielt und die Leute, die so weit gespielt haben, dachten, das wäre tatsächlich Absicht und haben deswegen den Bug nie reported. Gerade Steffen angesehen, der sich selber gespielt hat, war nicht viel besser. Was? Wie im Steffen heute? Nee, oder? Ah, nee, heute ist Rocket Beans Bunkers and Badasses, oder? Steffen hat sich selber gespielt? Ach nein, Orkenspalter war das. Ach nee, okay, Tiny Tina bei Orken. Ich dachte, das wäre von Rocket Beans. Auch wegen dem Hotel und allem, deswegen dachte ich, das wäre bei Rocket Beans. Ich wusste nicht, dass das Orkenspalter war. Aber stimmt, jetzt wo ihr sagt Orkenspalter, da war irgendwas. Das von RBTV war schon. Ach stimmt, das war schon. Ja, ey, sorry, ich bin wirklich komplett durch in letzter Zeit. Ich krieg das gar nicht mit. Hallo Barbarella. Falls ihr euch gerade fragt, was wir hier tun, wir warten einfach nur, ob irgendwas passiert, wenn ich nicht auf die Tastatur drücke, so wie das Spiel das möchte. Bin aber noch im Spiel. Das ist Stanleys Frau. Hallo Schatz. Die Musik ist nicht in-game, das ist meine RP-Playlist einfach, weil sonst wird das hier sehr still, während wir warten, ob irgendwas passiert, wenn ich nicht auf den Knopf drücke. Bei der Musik kriege ich immer richtig Bock auf einen Gas Station Simulator. Den sollte ich irgendwann echt mal wieder spielen. War nämlich cool. Tankstellen betreiben. Das ist so ein bisschen ein Punkt, warum ich RP vermissen werde. Hast du schon probiert, vor der Tür mit der Frau wegzulaufen? Ja, genau das habe ich gerade. Deswegen bin ich hier. Da fährt einfach eine Wand hoch und er sagt, nein, nein, das ist nicht. Wenn einfach nichts passiert, ja, das befürchte ich langsam. Wir reden aber von einem Spiel, das sich auch 4 Stunden lang das Babyspiel spielen lässt und ein Achievement dafür hat, dass man es 5 Jahre nicht startet. Das Stanley Parable ist ein sehr, naja, wie soll ich sagen, unberechenbares Spiel. Das ist das Problem. Alles klar, Drake, dann danke, dass du da warst und dir einen schönen Abend noch und viel Spaß. Eigenes Spiel? Meinst du eigenes Spiel? Also beziehungsweise genau, was genau meinst du mit eigenem Spiel? Ach, ein sehr eigenes Spiel. Okay, sorry. Nee, ich meinte unberechenbares Spiel. Also wir reden, wie gesagt, von einem Spiel, wo Bugs auftreten, die nicht reported werden, weil die Leute nicht wissen, ob das ein Bug ist. Okay, ich glaube, hier passiert nichts.
Stanley is quite a boring fellow. He has a job that demands nothing of him, and every button that he pushes is a reminder of
Vielleicht
the
vorher was sagen sollen für alle Leute, die
inconsequential
das VOD
nature
schauen,
of
dass
his
sie da einfach
existence.
skippen können.
Look at him there, pushing buttons, doing exactly what he's told to do. Now he's pushing a button. Now he's eating lunch. Now he's going home. Now he's coming back to work. One might even feel sorry for him, except that he's chosen this life. But in his mind he can go on fantastic adventures.
Oh,
From
aber was du
behind his
verpasst hast,
desk,
Laudergan.
Stanley dreamed of wild expeditions into the unknown.
Ich empfehle dir sehr, guck das VOD.
Fantastic discoveries of new lands. It was wonderful.
Es hat ein paar sehr coole
And each
Twists
day
gehabt,
that he
tatsächlich,
returned to
das
work
Ende
was
Richtung
a
Baby.
reminder that none of it would ever happen to him.
Ich sag nur, who firewatches the Firewatch.
And so he began to fantasize about his own job. First, he imagined that one day while at work, he stepped up from his desk to realize that all of his co-workers, his boss, everyone in the building had suddenly vanished off the face of the earth. The thought excited him terribly.
Ich muss aber sagen, ich mag den Sprecher. Er klingt so wunderbar
So
britisch.
he went further. He imagined that he came to two open doors and
Wenn ja
he could
irgendwann
go
mal
through either.
einfach mal just for fun die Stanley Parable Mod spielen. Die ist nicht ansatzweise so ausführlich wie das Original Stanley Parable dann, also das Standalone. Also diese Sache mit den roten und blauen Türen kam eigentlich, glaube ich, nachdem man einfach nur die rechte Tür gegangen ist und dann runterging. Dann hat er direkt einen vor die Wahl mit der roten und blauen Tür gestellt. Es war noch deutlich simpler. Da gab es nicht so viele Enden. Da gab es nur 6 Enden oder so. Hier gibt es, keine Ahnung, gefühlt 500.
Down one path lay an enormous round room with monitors and mind controls. And down another was a yellow line that weaved in many directions. And down another was a game with a baby. And he called it the Stanley Parable.
Stanley Parable war schon irgendwie immer ein Phänomen.
It was such a wonderful fantasy. And so in his head, he relived it again. And then again, and again.
War ein sehr experimentelles Spiel.
Wishing beyond hope that it would never end.
Das ging damals halt auch wieder
that he
20
might
Minuten oder
always
so.
feel this free. Surely
Ich erinnere mich
there's
noch, wie ich
an
das
answer
damals
down
jemandem in
some
der
new
Schule
path.
gezeigt habe.
Mustn't there be? Perhaps if he played just one more time. But there is no answer. How could there possibly be?
Ich glaube
In
übrigens, die
reality,
Uhr läuft
all
nicht
he's
wirklich. Es ist nur
doing
der
is pushing the
Sekundenzeiger, der
same
läuft.
buttons he always has. Nothing has changed. The longer he spends here, the more invested he gets. The more he forgets which life is the real one. And I'm trying to tell him this.
Oh, wir hätten mal gucken sollen, was eigentlich die Buchstaben sind. Vielleicht ergibt das ja ein Wort oder so.
That as long as he remains here, he's slowly killing himself. But he won't listen to me. He won't stop. Here, watch this. Stanley, the next time the screen asks you to push a button, do not do it. You see? Can he just not hear me? How can I tell him in a way that he'll understand that every second he remains here, he's electing to kill himself? How can I get him to see what I see? How can I make him look at himself? I suppose I can't, not in the way I want him to. But I don't make the rules. I simply play to my intended purpose, the same as Stanley. We're not so different, I suppose. I'll try once more to convey all this to him. I'm compelled to. I must. Perhaps, well, maybe this time he'll see. Maybe this time. And I tried again, and Stanley pushed a button. And I tried again, and Stanley pushed a button.
Was machen? Nein, nein, kann man nicht. Schade. Okay. Nächstes Ende, was wir anpeilen. Gab noch irgendwas Cooles mit einer gelben Linie, die würde ich halt gerne mal wiederfinden.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Es kommt aber wieder nichts mit dem Input. Ich glaube, vielleicht muss man das am Stück machen. Vielleicht muss man wirklich ins Hauptmenü vorher wieder. Müssen wir echt mal schauen, wie wir das mit diesem Input hinkriegen. Weil eben war es wieder da, jetzt ist es wieder weg.
Stanley came to a set of two open
Gerade
doors.
aufgegangen?
He entered the door on his left.
Okay, ich glaube, in der Hinsicht haben wir jetzt... Eine Sache gibt es halt noch, die ich gerne ausprobieren würde. Ich glaube, dann haben wir aber die Seite hier wirklich mal durch. Dafür müssen wir das Spiel zerstören.
The lounge was grand, majestic. Perhaps, but eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
Und wir müssen irgendwann mal ausprobieren, was passiert, wenn wir jetzt hier durchgehen. Das haben wir nämlich noch nie gemacht.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
Stellen uns wieder hier drauf.
Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you've forgotten about. Please, stop trying to make every decision by yourself. Now, I'm not asking for me, I'm asking for, this is it, Stanley. Your chance to redeem yourself. To put your work aside.
Ja. Ich weiß, was ich tue. Ich bin Fachmann.
She's been waiting. That's her, Stanley. Oh, no, you can't.
Ich habe bei Samaka gespielt. Ich kann sowas. Ich weiß, wie man Telefonkabel rauszieht.
You actually chose incorrectly? I didn't even know that was possible. Let me double check. No, it's definitely here, clear as day. Stanley picks up the phone. He's taken to his apartment where he finds his wife, and the two pledge themselves to one another. Music comes in, fade to white, roll credits. Not picking up the phone is actually somehow an incorrect course of action. How is that even possible? None of these decisions were supposed to mean anything.
Oh nein, jetzt muss ich das Video wieder gucken über Decision Making.
What did you... Wait a second. Did I just see... No, that's not possible.
Ich glaube, das längste Ende gerade wieder ausgewählt, um was auszuprobieren, ey.
You're not Stanley. You're a real person. I can't believe I was so mistaken. This is why you've been able to make correct and incorrect choices. And to think I've been letting you run around in this game for so long. If you'd made any more wrong choices, you might have negated it entirely. It's as though you completely ignored even the most basic safety protocol for real-world decision-making. Or did you not grasp the severity of the situation? Well, I won't have that kind of risk on my watch. I'm going to stop the game for a moment so we can
das ist das Real Ending, also wenn ich alles mache, was er möchte.
Please observe this helpful instructional video.
Choice. It's the best part of being a real person.
Ja, man kann das nicht skippen.
But if used incorrectly, can also be the most dangerous. For example, in this scenario, a hypothetical real person named Rupert has a choice. He could invent a machine that eliminates food shortages across the world to make life better for all people. Or he could spend years of hard work forgetting how to read. Which choice would you make?
Da, wo sich alles wiederholt in dieser Monolog über seine eigene Existenz. Das ist, glaube ich, das, worauf wir gerade zusteuern. Ach, das meinst du. Ah, ja, unten, wo man die ganze Zeit im Kreis... Ja, okay, das war wirklich lang, ja. Wo Stanley am Ende von dieser Frau namens...
Turn to a partner and practice saying, "My goodness, is it 4:30? I'm supposed to be having a back, sack and crack."
Practice.
Excellent. Making choices on a regular basis is the
Das
best
Bild,
part
das ist
to a
einfach mein
healthy
Life in a nutshell.
decision-making process. Most medical professionals recommend making at least 8 choices per day. Do you make more than 8? Less? And finally, if you begin to wonder if your choices are actually meaningful and whether you'll ever make a significant contribution to the world, just remember that in the vast infiniteness of space, your thoughts and problems are materially insignificant, and the feeling should subside. At this time, your instructor will guide you in an exercise to test and reinforce the material covered in this video.
Das Video hätten wir eigentlich mal gebraucht nach...
You may have noticed that this room has begun to deteriorate as a result of narrative contradiction. But not to worry. Now that you're properly informed on good decision-making, we're going to revisit a choice you made just a few minutes ago and see what the correct thing to do would have been. This way, please.
Hier alle her. Danger Everywhere. Das Video hätten wir übrigens mal nach My Summer Car gebraucht. Dem Spiel, wo man im Leben sehr oft falsch abbiegt. So, jetzt können wir auch nicht runterspringen.
Now that we know your choices are meaningful, we can't have you
Er hat sich jetzt aber die Tür da hinten trotzdem zugemacht.
Imagine the main character dying senselessly halfway through the story. That story would make no sense at all. We just need to get you home as soon as possible before the narrative contradiction gets any worse. Unfortunately, it seems this place is not well equipped to deal with reality.
Okay, so, Achtung, was wir nämlich schaffen müssen, was ich will. Do not lie. If you are lying right now, stop. Okay. Ein ehrlicher Mensch.
Almost there. You'll take the door on the left, back to the correct ending, the story will have resolution once again, and you'll be home free in the real world. Now remember, all you need to do is behave exactly as Stanley would. That means choosing responsibly and always putting the story first. I'm quite sure you'll be up to the task.
Alter Mann, ich
Just
bin
follow my
Stanley.
lead and you'll be fine. All right. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
So. Wird das Spiel kaputt sein?
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
Ich hätte vorher nochmal nach rechts gehen müssen. Jetzt ist das Spiel nicht kaputt. Oh nein.
Coming to a staircase,
Ah nein, doch.
Stanley walked
Alles gut.
upstairs to his boss's
Alles gut.
office.
Das war, ich muss einmal noch hier durch und darf nirgendwo anders rein. Und komme in dieses neue
Stepping
Büro.
inside his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Shocked, unraveled, Stanley wondered in disbelief who orchestrated this, until he saw the door with a voice receiver next to it. Surely behind this door lay all the answers to his questions. And beyond all probability, he knew the passcode. He had seen it on his boss's computer just last week. Nightshark 115. Was this the code to open the door? Would it still work? There was only one way to find out. Stanley had been trained never to speak up, but now he would draw from within himself the courage to face the unknown. He drew a sharp breath and then spoke the code.
Nightshark 115. Okay, ich kann es auch nicht tippen. Da müssen wir warten.
Stanley spoke the code.
I'm the most expensive
Nightshark
boss.
115. He spoke it into the receiver, right there on the wall.
Dass man nicht suchen kann. Ich würde gerne wissen, was da oben steht.
I'm sorry, is there a problem? You didn't mishear me, did you? Please speak the code into the receiver. Otherwise we can't get on with the story. This is a crucial step. Okay, fine, you're not gonna do it, but you know what? It's pretty humiliating to bring you this far, only for you to suddenly decide you have better things to do. I asked you for this one single thing, for your respect. The kind of respect Stanley shows for his choices. He knows what it means to take a story seriously. If you didn't want to see what I had to show you, then why did you come here? You had a choice, you know. You could have gone through the door on the right. You could have done whatever the hell you wanted over there. Why did you come this way? Speak. Say something to me. Explain yourself, you coward. You behave exactly as Stanley would. That means choosing responsibly and always putting the story first. I'm quite sure you'll be up to the task. Just follow my lead and you'll be fine. All right. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, behave exactly as Stanley would. That means choosing responsibly and always putting the story first. I'm quite sure you'll be up to the task. Just follow my lead and you'll be fine. All right. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. No! Why did you do that? Quickly, hurry back in the other direction. Perhaps we're not too late.
Ja, da wollte ich hin.
Oh, it's ruined. I can't believe, after everything we talked about, that my story, you've destroyed my work. Why?
Jo.
For what? What did you get out of that?
Wieder hoch, ich will in
What
die
did you
Tür.
think was so special about seeing the game undone? Left here
Oh
like
nein,
so
ich
much
glaube,
garbage.
Moment mal.
It's worthless now.
Ich glaube, ich komme da
And
hinten
what am
durch
I
die Tür
supposed
gar
to
nicht.
do?
Das ist, glaube
Even if
ich...
there
Oh
were a way
nein, ich
to
habe das alles
continue, would it
umsonst
be worth
gemacht.
it? To know that my story is now incorrect? How can I go back to that?
Ich habe halt gehofft,
That
weil die
knowledge.
Stühle hier so
I'll have to live
angeordnet
with it
sind,
forever, reliving its impossibility forever.
dass man hier
I
hochkommt.
couldn't live that way. Is it better to shut the game down entirely? To willingly destroy all of my work? I don't know. What's the answer? What do I do? What do I do? What do I... No, I have to. I have to shut the game down. I have to. I have to.
Ich habe halt gehofft, wir kommen da hoch. Also ich habe halt gedacht, man muss vielleicht schnell genug da durch. Es war ein Dead End die ganze Zeit.
Oh, I'm here. I'm still here. Here in this pile of rubbish. With you. You. Who thought you were so clever. Now look where we are. My entire game is destroyed. It was the only thing in the world that was mine, and you've run it into the ground. What, did you think that would be funny? You just had to see? Didn't I impress upon you how important it was to be like Stanley? He actually knows how to do what I tell him to. He understands that if I say to do something, there's a damn good reason for it. That thought hadn't even occurred to you, had it? That there's a world outside of you? You're a child. Oh, my story. If you'd just gone through the door on the left, you would have seen it. There was a whole underground facility. You would have destroyed it and been victorious. It would have been so perfect. I worked so hard on it. I tried so hard to make...
But in the end, it doesn't even matter.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. Stanley? Hello? Are you... Is everything okay?
Stanley hat jetzt seine Out-of-Body-Experience.
I need you to walk through the door.
Aber ich find's lustig, hier gibt's Credits.
Can you hear me?
Warum gibt's hier Credits?
Everything all right? Stanley, this is important.
Stanley, missverstanden, ja.
The story needs you. It needs you to make a decision. It cannot exist without you. Do you understand me? Whatever choice you make is just fine. They're both correct. You cannot be wrong here. We can work together. I'll accept whatever you do. I simply need you to take that step forward, please. Choose. Do something. Anything. This is more important than you can ever know. I need this.
Kevin Brighting, das ist übrigens der Erzähler.
So, you hear me? Are you there? You listening to this? Stanley, are you there?
Würde mich mal interessieren, steht hier eigentlich irgendwas von den anderen Spielen, die wir gerade eben gesehen haben?
Okay, I can
In den
wait.
Credits? Nee, ne?
You need time to decide. Time to make sure your choice is
Das
correct.
ist jetzt der Sinn. Gibt es überhaupt einen? Stanley Parable ist ein narratives Spiel, das auf Entscheidungen treffen basiert. Man kann Stanley Parable nicht erklären. Hallo Hati, passend zum Ende. Oh, nein. Denn the end is never the end, is never the end. Das Spiel hat kein Ende. Das war eins von vielen Enden. Also das Spiel geht nicht lange, ne? Das ist wirklich, wir laufen hier tausendmal schon durch. Das war ein Ende, das hatten wir auch schon. Wir suchen uns jetzt das nächste Ende.
Just a step through this door, Stanley thought to himself, that's all I need. If I can make it through this door, I can make it through them all.
Noch lange nicht das Ende her. Okay, aber er sagt wieder was anderes. Wie machen wir die Monitore aus? Ist das Input-Device jetzt da? Nee, ne? Auch nicht. Vielleicht müssen wir in dem Input mal googeln. Nein, das ist nicht zu Ende. Das Spiel ist so schön. Wir haben auch immer noch die New Content Door, durch die wir irgendwann mal durchgehen können. Okay. Den vertrauenswürdigen Escape-Weg, den wollte ich nämlich jetzt machen. Den haben wir nämlich auch noch nicht. Wir spielen jetzt Richtung dem normalen Ende, dem vorgesehenen Ende und gehen dann durch die Escape-Door. Weil wir es jetzt übrigens mal live machen können. Fire Paper Guy. So, wir gehen übrigens in den Broom Closet.
Stanley stepped into the broom closet, but there was nothing here, so he turned around and got back on track.
So, wir
Coming
gehen
to a
nicht runter.
staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Wir gehen ins Büro des Chefs und wir stacken übrigens diesmal nicht im Aufzug. Gibt's hier was Neues zu lesen? I've got the feeling, money's for stealing, but not yours, of course, so that's a lovely purse. Okay. Chef! Hallo, Chefchen! Das war der... Das Input-Device! Es kann auch hier sein! Wir haben es gefunden. Okay, okay, wir müssen es noch zweimal finden wahrscheinlich, ne? Okay, vielleicht einmal kurz. Einmal ganz kurz. Diesmal stacken wir nicht hier drin. Der einfach den Namen flüstert. Stanley. Danke dafür. So. Okay, wie geht weiter?
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Shocked, unraveled, Stanley wondered in disbelief who orchestrated this. What dark secret was being held from him? What he could not have known was that the keypad behind the boss's desk guarded the terrible truth that his boss had been keeping from him. And so the boss had assigned it an extra secret PIN number. 2845. But of course, Stanley couldn't possibly have known this. Yet incredibly, by simply pushing random buttons on the keypad, Stanley happened to input the correct code by sheer luck. Amazing.
Ja.
He stepped into the newly opened passageway.
Okay. Also das hier ist übrigens so das normale Ende, wo der Erzähler einen hinhaben möchte.
Descending deeper into the building, Stanley realized he felt a bit peculiar. It was a stirring of emotion in his chest, as though he felt more free to think for himself, to question the nature of his job. Why did he feel this now, when for years it had never occurred to him? This question would not go unanswered for long.
So.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
Genau, statt jetzt in die Mind Control Facility zu gehen, fürs Real Ending, gehen wir bei Escape lang.
Although this passageway had the word escape written on it, the truth was that at the end of this hall, Stanley would meet his violent death.
Nein, nein. Glaube ich dir nicht.
The door behind him was not shut. Stanley still had every opportunity to turn around and get back on track. At this point, Stanley was making a conscious, concerted effort to walk forward and willingly confront his death.
Nein, 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 wir sterben hier nicht. Naja, wir probieren es trotzdem. Sterben schon nicht.
As the machine whirred into motion and Stanley was inched closer and closer to his demise, he reflected that his life had been of no consequence whatsoever. Stanley can't see the bigger picture. He doesn't know the real story. trapped forever in his narrow vision of what this world is. Perhaps his death was of no great loss, like plucking the eyeballs from a blind man. And so he resigned and willingly accepted this violent end to his brief and shallow life. Farewell, Stanley.
"Farewell, Stanley," cried the narrator, as Stanley was led helplessly into the enormous metal jaws. In a single visceral instant, Stanley was obliterated as the machine crushed every bone in his body, killing him instantly.
Danke für die ausführliche Beschreibung.
And yet it would be just a few minutes before Stanley would restart the game, back in his office, as alive as ever. What exactly did the narrator think he was going to accomplish? When every path you can walk has been created for you long in advance, death becomes meaningless, making life the same. Do you see now? Do you see that Stanley was already dead from the moment he hit start?
Gemälde. Bürogrundriss. Dieser Plan zeigt das Büro vom Spielanfang. Der Weg von Stanleys Büro zu den beiden Türen war der erste Teil des Spiels, der gebaut wurde. Im Laufe der Entwicklung wurden Abschnitte hinzugefügt und verändert, aber der Kerngrundriss ist fast identisch zum ersten Durchlauf. Das Büro, ja, okay. Haben wir hier irgendwelche Hinweise? Hinweise auf andere Enden? Gang. Es war wichtig, das Spieltempo in diesen ersten Abschnitt richtig einzustellen. Dieser Korridor wurde verschoben und verändert, um sicherzustellen, dass der Spieler die beiden Türen in einer guten Zeit erreicht. 2 Türen. 2 Türen waren der erste konkrete Teil des Stanley Parable Designs. Als dieser Raum erstellt worden war, entwickelte sich der Rest des Spiels als eine Erweiterung davon, eine Erkundung des Widerspruchs, der diesen Raum darstellte. Aktenschränke. Bürocomputer. Ach, können sie alle abschalten. Das Büro. Knopfgeräusche. Eine Auswahl an Geräuschen, die im gesamten Spiel beim Drücken von Knöpfen verwendet werden. Jedes Geräusch ist eine Mischung aus einem Tastaturschlag und einem künstlichen Ton. Der nervige Ton ist übrigens nicht dabei, ne? Der vom Babyspiel. Aber ihr seht, wie viele Button-Sounds sie zur Verfügung gehabt hätten und trotzdem haben sie sich für den nervtötendsten Ton überhaupt entschieden. Credits. Mhm. Da, Davey Reeden, das ist der damalige Entwickler gewesen, oder der auch die Mod gemacht hat. Auf der Rückseite? Achso, nee, da ist aber nichts. Der Baby gesagt, retten wir es. Nein. Kevin Brighting als Erzähler. Büro. Der Wartungsraum. Ja. Erstmal hier rüber. Bürouhr. Die Uhrzeit ist immer noch unverändert, oder? Chefbüro, Screenshots von der Entwicklung. Okay, es ist halt wirklich jetzt einfach nur ein Museum, ne? Die Lounge. Untergrund, eine erste Version des Untergrundteils des Spiels. Zähler-Outtakes. Kevin
Where
Bright in die...
were all of his co-workers? Oh, I don't know. How about they're throwing a surprise party for him for all his button pushing? Does that sound plausible to you? Stanley stood on the snow.
Kevin Brighting, die Stimme des Erzählers, hat im Verlauf der zweijährigen Entwicklungszeit sämtliche Dialoge für das Spiel ungefähr
Then he
dreimal
pushed the number
aufgenommen.
4.
Das sind Clips aus den ersten Takes, die im finalen Spiel nicht verwendet wurden.
Let's see. Stanley walked through the green door. In the river.
Ich kenne keine Green Door. Okay, okay. Erinnert mich ein bisschen an das Ende von The Beginner's Guide. Freiheitsende. Das war die allererste Verkörperung des Freiheitsendes in der Alpha-Version des Spiels. Aber keine Screenshots der Mod. Ah, da steht da was. Countdown Schreibtisch. Eine Zeit lang konnte der Aufzug im Monitorraum nach oben oder unten fahren, mit Freiheit oben und Countdown unten. Das haben wir aufgegeben, weil die Spieler es zu schwierig fanden, sich zu merken, was oben, was unten war, und haben stattdessen die beiden Enden zusammengelegt. Endungen zusammengelegt. Freiheitsende. Das ist das Freiheitsende, wie es in der Beta-Version vorkam. Okay. Bewachungsraumaufzug. Eine Zeit lang konnte der Aufzug im Monitorraum nach oben oder unten gefahren werden. Achso, das ist schon wieder der gleiche Text. Countdown-Raum, die erste Version des Countdown-Raums. Sehr interessant. Sending. Dieser Screenshot zeigt eine erste Version des Endes, das als Sending bekannt ist und das letztendlich ausgeschnitten und einem anderen Teil des Spiels zusammengefügt wurde. Okay. Sending-Modell. Das Sending durchlief viele Anpassungen. Dieser Raum zeigt die vierte Version des Endes. Wir dachten, es sei vollständig, beschlossen aber kurz vor der Veröffentlichung es zu verwerfen und zu ändern. Aha. Game is now pause beginnen, okay. Pausenmenü. Lange Zeit hatten wir ein Ende, das nur endete, wenn der Spieler aus dem Pausenmenü neu startete. Leider haben nur sehr wenig Spieler erkannt, dass sie dies tun sollten, was für alle frustrierend war. Ach, Leute, habt ihr schon mal Metal Gear Solid 3 gespielt? Da kamen die Leute auch auf ganz bestimmte Dinge, um überhaupt weiterspielen zu können. Sending-Hebel. Diese Hebel waren ursprünglich ein Teil von Sending. Der Spieler konnte an einem Hebel ziehen und der Erzähler sollte beschreiben, welche Farbe er gezogen hat. War nicht mehr funktionabel anscheinend. Psycho Mantis? Nee, Psycho Mantis konnte man, tatsächlich musste ich das mal auf die bittere Tour herausfinden. Und zwar habe ich das Spiel in einem Emulator gespielt. Und konnte deswegen den Controller nicht wechseln. Und musste herausfinden, wie man Psycho Mantis besiegt ohne Controllerwechsel. Es geht. Man kann es. Nein, ich rede von Metal Gear Solid 3, The Sorrow. Da musste man, wenn man dann gestorben ist, musste man diese Wiederbelebungspille nehmen. Wenn man das nicht gemacht hat, hing man quasi in einem Loop. Und musste The Sorrow immer und immer wieder bekämpfen. Trailer. Wir haben im Laufe der Spielentwicklung 4 große Teaser-Trailer produziert, die alle etwas über den Geist des Spiels vermitteln sollten. Dies ist der erste, veröffentlicht im Mai 2012. Er zeigt eine Reihe von kaputten Räumen und die Stimme des Erzählers, der den Zuschauern mitteilt, dass er eine neue Version von des Stanley Parable repariert. Groß ist dieses Museum? Wohnungstimer. In einer frühen Version der Entscheidung, die zum Apartmentende geführt hat, hat ein Timer eine 15-Sekunden-Zeit angegeben, um ans Telefon zu gehen. Wenn nicht ans Telefon gegangen ist, hat das zu einem anderen Ende geführt. Lastenaufzug. Lastenaufzug sollte immer die Wahl bieten, auf dem Weg zu bleiben oder auf einem anderen Weg zu springen. Nach der ersten Version entschieden wir doch, dass wir auch die Option wollten, dass das Spiel in den Tod stürzt. Lastenaufzug. Zweite Version ist funktional, die gleiche wie die im Finalspiel, aber wir wollten, dass es mehr wie ein Ort aussieht, an dem tatsächlich Fracht gelagert wird. Lounge. Erste Version der Lounge. Schade, dass hier keine Bilder aus der Mod sind. Ultra Deluxe Ankündigungen. Im Dezember 2018 kündigten wir auf der Game Awards die Ultra Deluxe Version von Stanley Parable an. Dies sind Screenshots von Videos, die wir für die Ankündigung und Verzögerung des Spiels gemacht haben. Aha. Okay. Schlachtfeld. Schon früh in der Entwicklung haben wir ein Ende entworfen, bei dem Stanley auf einem Schlachtfeld landet und gegen Aliens kämpft. Das Actionspiel sollte empfindungsfähig werden und Krieg gegen den Erzähler führen. Kurz nachdem wir mit der Entwicklung begonnen haben, merken wir, dass das viel zu witzig und zu kurz gedacht war für den Charakter des Spiels. Außerdem wurde es von manchen Leuten so interpretiert, dass das Spiel sich über Leute lustig macht, die Ego-Shooter mögen, was nicht unsere Absicht war. Sieht ein bisschen aus wie der Alien-Abschnitt aus The Beginner's Guide. Ich könnte mir auch vorstellen, dass manche Sachen davon halt in The Beginner's Guide gelandet sind. Und das Ende wäre wahrscheinlich irgendwo da gelandet, wo wir eben das mit Firewatch hatten. Hier kommen wir noch weiter runter. Ah, okay, hier ist der Kopierer wieder. Dann waren wir hier, glaube ich, jetzt überall, ne? Da hinten sind wir beide Wege gegangen. Okay, dann sind wir jetzt hier. Können jetzt hier lang. Stanleys Büro. Von links nach rechts die Entwicklung von Stanleys Büro im Laufe der Zeit. Die erste wurde im November 2011 erstellt, die zweite im 2012, dritte im Februar 2013. Ja gut, okay, es sind halt Büros. Spieldesignmodell. Das ist das Level, das William, der Leveldesigner, Davy, dem Autor, als eine Art Vorspielstück geschickt hat. Ist William vielleicht Coder? Aus dem Beginner's Guide. Die Stärke des Levels führte dazu, dass William für das Design des gesamten Spiels eingestellt wurde. Obwohl sich viel an der Umgebung geändert hat, ist der Grundriss dieses Modells immer noch in dem Spiel enthalten. Oh. Exit. Waren wir, glaube ich, überall, ha?
Oh, look at these two. How they wish to destroy one another. How they wish to control one another. How they both wish to be free. Can you see? Can you see how much they need one another? No, perhaps not. Sometimes these things cannot be seen.
Oh nein.
But listen to me. You can still save those two. You can stop the program before they both fail. Push escape and press quit. There's no other way to beat this game. As long as you move forward, you'll be walking someone else's path. Stop now and it'll be your only true choice.
Aber Moment, was hat sie gesagt? Wo sollen wir drauf drücken? Beenden? Wir haben kein Beenden.
Whatever you do, choose it. Don't let time choose for you.
Okay, wir gehen ins Menü. So, was geändert hat? Sag nur bitte nicht, wir müssen jetzt wieder die Input-Devices machen. Das vertraue ich der Frau nie wieder. Okay.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply
Noch
missed
eins.
a memo. No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
Okay, aber welches Ende haben wir denn noch nicht? Haben wir noch irgendeinen Punkt gehabt, wo wir eine Entscheidung treffen können? Wir haben das normale Ende noch nicht gespielt, hä? Wenn wir jetzt das normale Ende noch spielen, das ganz normale hauptsächliche Ende, was man
When
eigentlich
Stanley
haben
came
sollte,
to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
dann könnten wir noch die... Hier noch auf der Seite was? Nee, ne? Ich bin verwirrt. Ja, das ist normal bei dem Spiel. Maschine unten nicht ausgeschaltet. Oh, ja, das können wir mal machen. Wir gehen ins reale Ende und machen die Maschine nicht aus.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief. Oh no, 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 not again. I won't be part of this. I'm not going to encourage you.
Das Baby
I'm
noch
not
nicht
going to say
gerettet.
anything at all. I'm just going to be patient and wait for you to finish whatever it is you enjoy doing so
Oh, der
much
zählt
in this
nein,
room.
stimmt, der Zwischengang nach dem
Please
Pausenraum.
take your time.
Den könnten wir noch nehmen. Okay, wir machen jetzt aber erst das
Coming to
Ende.
a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Okay, das hat sich nicht geändert. Hat hier irgendwas geändert? Tür ist zu. Heute können wir nicht in den Aufzug Musik hören.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Stanley was in such a rush to get through the story as quickly as possible, he didn't even have a single minute to just let the narrator talk. That kind of anxiety isn't healthy, so he relaxed for a few moments with some calming New Age music.
Es ist nicht das Spiel über Stanley? Es ist das Spiel über Stanley.
Feeling soothed and rejuvenated, Stanley calmly walked forward into the
Das Spiel hat was gegen Speedrunner. Also, ich kann das Spiel wirklich auch nicht einfach erklären. Es ist sehr schwer. Es ist eigentlich einfach wir haben einen Erzähler, der erzählt uns eine Geschichte und wir spielen entweder mit oder wir arbeiten dagegen und das Spiel hat 3 Milliarden verschiedene Enden und ganz, ganz abgedrehte Sachen. Wir gehen jetzt Richtung dem normalen Ende, was der Erzähler von uns will, auch wenn wir gerade ein bisschen zu schnell waren. Das fand er nicht so cool.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
Heute gehen wir in die Mind Control Facility.
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself. Did he have the strength to find out?
Was mit einer gelben Linie? Ja, die versuche ich die ganze Zeit zu finden.
Now the monitors jumped to life, their true nature revealed. Each bore the number of an employee in the building, Stanley's co-workers.
Langsam der
The
Hals weh,
lives of so many individuals reduced to
Taschen am
images
Reden.
on a screen, and Stanley, one of them, eternally monitored in this place where freedom meant nothing.
So.
This mind control facility,
Leute
it was too
gefeuert.
horrible to believe. It couldn't be true. Had Stanley really been under someone's control all this time?
Warum steht
Was this the
feiert?
only
Da
reason
steht
he
bei
was
manchen
happy
steht
with his
feiert.
boring job? That his emotions had been manipulated
bei
to
dem zum
accept
Beispiel.
it blindly?
Owl Paper Guys Arbeitsplatz. Was ist aber dem eigentlich? Was ist mit dem da oben? Das. Erkennen, ne? Vielleicht werden wir jetzt hochfahren.
No. He refused to believe it.
Nein, nicht so
He
schnell, nicht so
couldn't
schnell, nicht
accept
so schnell fahren.
His own life in someone else's control? Never. It was unthinkable, wasn't it? Was it even possible? Had he truly spent his entire life utterly blind to the world? But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions. Happy, or sad, or content. Walking, eating, working. All of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he would dismantle the controls once and for all.
Wir haben letztes Mal off gedrückt, ne? Drücken wir jetzt on.
Oh, Stanley, you didn't just activate the controls, did you? After they kept you enslaved all these years, you go and you try to take control of the machine for yourself. Is that what you wanted? Control? Oh, Stanley, I applaud your effort, I really do. But you need to understand, there's only so much that machine can do. You were supposed to let it go. Turn the controls off and leave. If you want to throw my story off track, you're going to have to do much better than that. I'm afraid you don't have nearly the power you think you do. For example, and I believe you'll find this pertinent, Stanley suddenly realized he had just initiated the network's emergency detonation system. In the event that this machine is activated without proper DNA identification, nuclear detonators are said to explode, eliminating the entire complex.
Nukleare Sprengzünder,
How
genau.
long until detonation then? Let's say 2 minutes. Ah, now this is making things a little more fun, isn't it, Stanley? It's your time to shine. You are the star. It's your story now. Shape it to your heart's desires. Oh, this is much better than what I had in mind. What a shame we have so little time left to enjoy it. Mere moments until the bomb goes off. But what precious moments each one of them is. More time to talk about you, about me, where we're going, what all this means. I barely know where to start. What's that? You'd like to know where your co-workers are? A moment of solace before you're obliterated? All right, I'm in a good mood. You're gonna die anyway. I'll tell you exactly what happened to them. I erased them. I turned off the machine. I set you free. Of course, that was merely in this instance of the story. Sometimes when I tell it, I simply let you sit there in your office forever, pushing buttons endlessly and then dying alone. Other times, I let the office sink into the ground, swallowing everyone inside, or I let it burn to a crisp. I have to say this, though, this version of events has been rather amusing. Watching you try to make sense of everything and take back the control wrested away from you, it's quite rich. I almost hate to see it go. But I'm sure whatever I come up with on the next go-around will be even
man kann halt
better.
gar nichts machen. Ich glaube, die Buttons sind
My
einfach
goodness,
nur...
only 34 seconds left. But I'm enjoying this so much. You know what? To hell with it. I'm going to put some extra time on the clock. Why not?
3 attempts
These
remaining.
are precious additional seconds, Stanley. Time doesn't grow on
Enable
trees.
backup power to activate.
Oh dear me, what's the matter, Stanley? Is it that you have no idea where you're going or what you're supposed to be doing right now? Or did you just assume when you saw that timer that something in this room was capable of turning it off? I mean, look at you. Running from button to button, screen to screen, clicking on every little thing in this room. These numbered buttons, no, these colored ones. Or maybe this big red button, or this door. Everything, anything, something here will save me. Why would you think that, Stanley? That this video game can be beaten? Won? Solved? Do you have any idea what your purpose in this place is? Stanley, you're in for quite a disappointment. But here's a spoiler for you. That timer isn't a catalyst to keep the action moving along. It's just seconds ticking away to your death. You're only still playing instead of watching a cutscene because I want to watch you for every moment that you're powerless. To see you made
Könnt's einfach mal in der Reihenfolge drücken.
This is not a challenge. It's a tragedy. You wanted to control this world, that's fine. But I'm going to destroy it first, so you can't. Take a look at the clock, Stanley. That's 30 seconds you have left to struggle. 30 seconds until a big boom and then nothing. No ending here, just you being blown to pieces. Will you cling desperately to your frail life, or will you let it go peacefully? Another choice? Make it count. Or don't. It's all the same to me. All a part of the joke. And believe me, I will be laughing at every second of your inevitable
Okay, nein, ich glaube, es
from the
ändert
moment
sich
we
nichts.
fade in until the moment I say happily ever after.
Ich glaube, man kann es nicht ändern. Come Stanley to heaven. Oh Junge! Es ist der Himmel, wir können ganz viele Knöpfe drücken. Und dann müssen wir die alle drücken. Ich bin im Himmel. Oh nein, die aktivieren sich ja wieder. Ach doch die ganze Zeit Buttons. Ist nicht irgendwie einen großen Super-Button, den wir drücken können? Irgendeinen einmaligen Knopf. Okay, ich glaube, das hier ist kein Ende. Ich glaube, das ist einfach... Okay, ja, okay, wir können da jetzt wieder rein. Okay, dann...
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his... Stanley went around touching every little thing in the office, but it didn't make a single difference. Nor did it
Wie
advance
kommen wir
the
zur
story
gelben
in any
Linie?
way.
Ist nicht irgendwas damit zu tun, dass man sich irgendwie rausglitschen musste? Irgendwo konnte man sich rausglitschen? Was zu spät. Meinst du mit zu spät? Wenn ich auf den Schreibtisch drauf komme. Im Himmel alle Knöpfe drücken. Das schafft man halt nicht, weil die einfach immer wieder angehen. Aber wie? Ich glaube, das war irgendwo hier mit der gelben Linie. Irgendwie das Line-Ending. Was haben wir noch nicht gemacht? Was? Ich glaube, das war halt was richtig Stupides. Man musste sich, glaube ich, wirklich irgendwo rausglitschen. Aber ich glaube, das war auch irgendwas, wo ich noch so dachte, da kommt doch kein Mensch drauf. Muss ich es wirklich googeln? Hier.
At first, Stanley assumed he'd broken the map, until he heard this narration and realized it was part of the game's design all along. He then praised the game for its insightful and witty commentary into the nature of video game structure and its examination of structural narrative tropes. So, now that you're here, what do you think? Isn't this a fun and unique place to be? Why don't we take a minute just to drink it all in?
Ich dachte, ich falle die ganze Zeit.
Okay, I'm over it now. What do you think? Are you sick of this gag yet?
Nein.
Ah, then in that case, we'll continue. But now, here comes the real question. What do you think would have happened if you had told me that you wanted this to stop? Do you think it would have been particularly different? Would I have taken the same idea but rephrased it superficially to fit that answer? Perhaps you never would even have thought of it if I hadn't brought up the issue in the first place. Oh, now think about it. Will it be worth it for you to restart and then come back here just to do the other option? Clearly, this whole gag takes some time. What if the other option is even longer? How long will you spend in total just to have heard all the narration? Oh, and this is rich. Perhaps you've just played the other option, and now you've come to see what happens in this one. So, what do you think? Which choice was the better one? Imagine if you had selected continue on your first playthrough, how tantalizing it would be not knowing what happens when you pick the other option. Indeed, you are one of the lucky ones. Though if the other option is really miserable to listen to, then perhaps you're not. In fact, I'm just going to say that no one who's listening to this is lucky. Well now, I've built up the other option so much that I'm going to stop talking and leave you to your decision whether to come back here, continue with the game, or just sit in this spot forever and ever. Cheers.
Das ist aber nicht das Line-Ende. Okay, dann, Moment, dann gehen zurück. Und wir glitschen nochmal durch und machen genau das, was er gerade sagte.
What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers. At first, Stanley assumed he'd broken the map.
Wir sagen jetzt ja. Und werden wahrscheinlich merken, dass es komplett irrelevant war. Und haben ihm einfach komplett in die Karten gespielt.
And its examination of structural narrative tropes. So, now that you're here, what do you think? Isn't this a fun and unique place to be? Why don't we take a minute just to drink it all in? Okay, I'm over it now. What do you think?
Das Baby nicht gerettet. Das Baby wird nicht gerettet.
Well, I don't know how to say this politely, but you could literally just hit escape and restart the game any old time you want, like right now. You could have done it just then. Now would also be an appropriate time to quit. Any of these points and so many, many more, all of them are appropriate. I'm enjoying what seems to be an internal conflict going on where you are literally unable to act on your own desires to restart the game. So, just to push the envelope, I'm going to try and make this as miserable as possible and see how long you can maintain. There once was a man named Stanley, who people considered so manly. But the truth must be told, he was not very old and was quite particularly gangly. What Stanley liked most was buttons. He pushed.
Ich hätte sehr gerne, ich glaube, das sollten wir als Follower-Sound oder sowas einbauen. There once was a man called Stanley that thought he was so manly.
them like some kind of glutton. He did it all day in a meaningful way, but his brain had long ceased to function. Which is why he is in this parable and lives an existence quite terrible. And if you are not strong and keep playing along, you too will become quite unbearable. Yes. You too will become quite unbearable.
Okay. da passiert nichts mehr. Ich glaube, da passiert nichts mehr. Passiert was. Das ist nicht dein Ernst. Das ist alles. Dafür habe ich jetzt gewartet. Ja. Eigentlich das Letzte, was wir noch
All of
haben,
his
ha?
co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
Falsche Tür und dann
Stanley
richtige.
decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Die Musik war schön, ja. Und danach haben wir noch die New Content Door.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. And here it was, the lounge. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left. And so he detoured through the maintenance section, walked straight ahead to the opposite door, and got back on track.
Oh, okay. Hier ist noch ein Weg. Da würden wir jetzt normal weitergehen, aber wir haben noch das hier. Vielleicht führt uns das endlich zu unserer gelben Linie.
But Stanley didn't want to go back to the office. He wanted to wander about and get even further off track. So now in order to get back, he needed to go, from here it's, left.
Museum stand was von Hörer nicht abnehmen. Das mit dem Hörer nicht abnehmen hatten wir schon. Das ist das, wo man im Apartment am Ende raus... Ach nee, nicht Hörer nicht abnehmen, Kabel rausziehen. Und dann ist das, wo das Spiel dann rumbackt.
Oh, no. No, it's to the right. My mistake. No, not the right. Why would I have ever said it was to the right? What was I thinking? It's clearly... Oh, dear, would you hold on for a minute, please? Now, let's see. We went down right, left, down, left, right. Yep, okay, yes. I've got it now. This story is absolutely, definitely this way.
Ganz sicher diesmal. Sind wir ja schon wieder hier.
No. This isn't right at all. You're not supposed to be here yet. This is all a spoiler. Quick, Stanley, close your eyes. Okay. We just have to get back to, oh.
Stanley macht die Augen zu.
Kidding. It's all rubbish now. The whole story completely unusable. How about, rather than waste my time trying to salvage this nonsense, we'll just restart the game from the beginning. And this time, suppose we don't wander so far off track, Okay, from the top. All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Mal kurz was testen. Komm ich nicht hoch. Das ist nicht der normale Run. Das ist was anderes. Irgendwas ist anders. Und die New Content Door existiert nicht.
When
Oh.
Stanley... Wait, what? No, I restarted. I swear I definitely restarted the game over, completely fresh. Everything should be... Oh, did something change? Stanley, did you change anything when we were back in that room with all the monitors?
Ich hab
Did
gar
you
nichts gemacht.
move the story somewhere or... Hold on. Why am I asking you? I'm the one who wrote the story. It was right here just a minute ago. I know for sure that it's here somewhere. Okay, then. It's an adventure. Come, Stanley. Let's find the story.
Moin Breitbandtypi. Ah, Stanley Parable ist ein sehr, sehr gutes Spiel. Okay, wo war die Story, hä?
I'll say it. This is the worst adventure I've ever been on. I can promise you there definitely was a story here before. Do we need to restart the game again? Well, I find it unlikely that we'll ever progress by starting over and over again, but it's got to be better than this. Okay, let's give it a shot. Why not?
Aber es ist immer noch kaputt, oder?
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
New Content Door ist auch weg. Ah.
Okay, yep, it's worse. I might be remembering this wrong. It's possible the story is back where we just came from. Why don't we go back the other direction and see if we missed anything? Aha! I knew we'd missed something. The story. Here it comes. No, wait, never mind. Not the story. Okay, let's head back the other way and retrace our steps.
Der ist nicht zum Durchrennen, eher auf Geschichte. Ja, ich kenne das. Aha.
Now this... Well, I'll be honest, I don't recognize this place at all. Is this the story? I don't think so. I can't quite recall, but I believe my story took place in an office building. Is that correct? Do you remember, Stanley? Well, do you know what? Since I've completely forgotten what we were supposed to be doing, how about this? You win! Congratulations! I know you put in a lot of hard work, and it really paid off, so good job. Oh, no, I don't feel right about this at all. We both know you didn't put in any actual work for that win. Some people win fair and square, and this was not one of those situations. Okay, I'm getting weirded out by whatever this place is. I don't care what might happen this time, I have to restart.
Also die Sache ist, wir haben schon... Ah, da ist die gelbe Linie. Die habe ich gesucht. Also wir haben halt quasi so viel Story schon gehabt, dass der Erzähler mittlerweile die Story selber nicht mehr findet. Aber wir haben die gelbe Linie gefunden. Sehr gut, die habe ich gesucht.
All right, I've got a solution. This time, to make sure we don't get lost, I've employed the help of the Stanley Parable Adventure Line. Just follow the line. How simple is that?
Die Linie führt hier lang. Eigentlich geht's doch hier lang.
No, no, I'm down. We're leaving it up to the line from now on.
Ja gut, okay. Dann gehen wir der Linie nach.
You see? The line knows where the story is. It's over in this direction. Onward, Stanley, to destiny. Though, here's a thought. Wouldn't wherever we end up be our destination, even if there's no story there? Or to put it another way, is the story of no destination still a story? Simply by the act of moving forward, are we implying a journey such that a destination is inevitably conjured into being via the very manifestation of the nature of life itself? Okay, Stanley, I need to follow this train of thought for a minute. Just stick with me. Now, we can both agree that the nature of existence is in fact a byproduct of one's subjective experience
Hallo,
of that
Horst Uwe.
existence, right?
Schönen Gruß nach,
Now,
Helgoland.
if my
Schönen Urlaub dir.
experience of your existence rests inside of your subjective experience of this office, is this office, in fact, the skeleton of my own relative experiential mental subjective construct? Whoa. Hang on. That got a bit weird back there. Well, I'd like to apologize. Not sure where I was going with all that. You know what? I think what we need right now is a bit of music to lighten the mood.
Folge der Linie. Hä?
Cut the music. Go back and look at that fern. Stanley, this fern will be very important later in the story. Make sure you study it closely and remember it carefully. You won't want to miss anything.
Okay, ich habe mir den Faden eingeprägt.
Wait, what? We're back at the office? No. Line, you do know we're looking for the Stanley Parable, right? The story? Is any of this ringing a bell?
Will ich die Musik wieder haben? Sie hat sich die Linie überschnitten. Wir können auch hier lang. Oh nein, hier fängt die Linie an. Okay, da, okay. Dam da dam da dam da dam dam da dam da dam da dam.
Oh, no.
Ja, aber hier ist doch die
Line,
Story.
how could you have done this to us? And after we trusted you, after everything we've been through, you... Oh, I can't take
Aber
this
hier ist die
anymore.
Story.
Hell with it. Restart.
Stanley Parable Adventure Line, okay.
You know what, Stanley? I say forget the adventure line. What's it ever done for us? We're intelligent people, right? Why can't we make up our own story? Something exciting, daring, mysterious. Ooh, this all sounds perfectly doable. Why don't we simply start wandering in, well, I don't know. How about this direction?
Oh, Erzähler, jetzt werden wir hier aber, jetzt werden wir aber mutig.
Now, Yes, this is exciting. Just me and Stanley forging a new path, a new story. Well, it could be anything. What do you want our story to be? Go wild. Use your imagination. Whatever it might be, Stanley, I'm ready for it. Oh, no, not you again. Stanley, I'd also like to veto the line from having any role in our awesome new story. No lines or monitor rooms. Just don't acknowledge it, and we should be fine.
Wie da immer TM hintersteht. Okay, wir ignorieren die Linie. Aber die Linie geht halt auch hier lang. Können wir nichts machen. Oh, sie ist wieder weg. Sie ist wieder weg. Alles gut. Linie ist weg.
Ah, a choice. We get to make a decision. From here, the story is in our control. How important we mustn't squander the opportunity. In fact, I believe I need a minute to think here. Just walk in circles for a minute. Okay, so I know that each door has to lead somewhere, which means that somewhere, the place where we're trying to go, there must be a reverse door that leads here. And that in turn means that our destination corresponds with the counter-inverted reverse door's origin. So starting from the right, let us ask, will taking the right door lead us to where we're
Ja,
going?
vielleicht sollten wir.
And since the answer is clearly yes, then by all accounts, the door on the right is the correct one. Another victory for logic. Come, Stanley, our destiny awaits.
Das letzte Mal, als ich geschaut habe, war die Tankstelle noch da. War schön, dass du schönes Wetter hast. Das Verwirrungsende.
Hold up, what's this?
Wartungsraum.
Confusion ending.
Erster Neustart. Das Zweitürenraum.
That's what this is. It's all one giant ending. And we're supposed
Nonsens,
to restart the
Philosophie
game
und Musik.
eight times? That's really how all this goes? It's all determined?
Jetzt das Verwirrungsende seit
So
18
now,
Minuten.
according to the schedule, I restart again. Then what? Am I just supposed to forget? Well, what if I don't want to forget? My mind goes blank simply because it's written here on this thing, wall. Well, who consulted me? Why don't
Lange
I
Zeit
get to
später
decide?
Stanley stirbt.
Why don't I get a say in all of this? Is it really? No, it can't be. I don't
Bei welchem
want it to
Neustart
be.
sind wir denn?
I don't want the game to keep restarting.
Ablaufplan des
I don't want
Verwirrungsende
to
finden.
forget
Okay.
what's going on. I don't want to be trapped like this. I won't restart the game. I won't do it. I won't do it. I won't do it. And the timer stopped? Does that mean, did we do it? Did we break the cycle? The, whatever it is that made this schedule?
Eine Buchhandlung finden,
would we
gelangweilt
even
werden und
know?
gehen. Erzähler startet das Spiel
Will
neu.
someone come for
Erzähler
us?
ist verschwunden. Lange Zeit
Will
später
something
Stanley stirbt.
happen? So, okay. I guess now we just wait. You know, I suppose in some way that this is a kind of story, wouldn't you agree? I'm not quite sure if we're in the destination or the journey, though they're always saying that life is about the journey and not the destination. So I hope that's where we are right now. We'll find out, won't we? Eventually. Well, in the meantime, if you...
Okay, wir sind aus dem Loop aber raus.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Ja, wir sind aus dem Ende raus.
No
Wir
matter
können wieder
how
hier
hard
hoch.
Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace
Okay.
of his co-workers.
Jetzt fällt mir aber langsam nichts mehr ein, was wir noch machen könnten, also außer in die New Content Door gehen, oder?
Oh, new content? What does that mean, new content?
New Content. Freust du dich auch schon?
Hello, and thank you for playing the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe. As you may know, the Stanley Parable was a video game released in 2013 on home computers. After After receiving critical and commercial success, it was expanded upon in 2022 with the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, a reimagining of the game for consoles and home computers. The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe features exciting new content that broadens and expands the world of the Stanley Parable, delighting audiences the world over.
Nicht den Aufzug runternehmen, der
Step
falschen
inside and see what
Tür,
thrilling
richtige
new
Tür.
adventures await in The
Ah.
Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe.
Aber ich glaube, da kommen wir
Oh,
wirklich
well,
wieder zum
this
normalen
sounds
Ende.
delightful. I'm very excited to see the thrilling new Ultra Deluxe content.
Erzähler klingt auch ein bisschen anders. Man merkt, dass das eine neu aufgenommene
Okay, so
Content ist.
far it's an elevator. Nothing special yet, but I'm sure it's just the beginning of a mesmerizing adventure.
Klingt ein bisschen älter. Was Sinn ergibt.
Is it broken? What's going on here? Should we be moving somewhere or oh, there we go. All right, finally, at long last, it's on to the new content. I've never been more ready. Let's do it.
Aber da gibt's wahrscheinlich einfach nachher keinen neuen Content. Das ist Scam.
I have to say, initial impressions of Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, mostly tedious. It's as if oh, okay. Let's see the content. Give me the content, Stanley.
Ich mache ja schon.
All right, let's see. It's the jump circle.
Oh, ich weiß, was ich noch nicht hatte. Das 8-Game. Müssen wir auch noch gucken, wo wir das finden. Hier kann ich springen. Ich kann springen endlich. Ich kann endlich springen. Oh, ich kann nicht mehr springen.
Is that it? Surely that's not all the new content. There has to be something else, right?
Ich will's hoffen.
Another
Ich habe dasselbe
elevator.
Spiel nochmal
Stanley,
gekauft.
I have to say, initial impressions of this game are not positive. It's just elevators and jumping. Is this what passes for exciting new content? If this is new
Sag das nicht
content,
mir.
then I could just read you the whole dictionary. There's 20 hours of new content right there. Hell, I could count to 30 trillion. You could put that on the box. The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, now with over 1,000 hours of new content. And oh wait, there's more. Very good. Yes, I knew there had to be something else. Let's see it. I'm ready for whatever it is.
Spannend. Thank you for enjoying the new
That's
content.
it? Oh, you've got to be kidding me. You see, Stanley? This is what happens when greedy video game developers with no respect for their fan base rush a cheap expansion to market for no reason other than to make an easy dollar. And don't get me started on the level of craftsmanship that's gone into it. In fact, I'm looking right now at the game's achievements, and it's hard to believe one of them actually says, "Test achievement, please ignore." What quality assurance department signed off on this? I'm infuriated and I'm offended, and I intend to find these people on Twitter and hold them personally accountable. It's my fault, Stanley.
Skyrim.
I built up too much anticipation around the new content.
Nein, ich habe
We
13
could
Euro
never
dafür
have
bezahlt,
lived
mein
up to
Freund.
such expectations. If you're still with me, why don't we just
33% Rabatt
reset the
bekommen, weil ich das
game,
Spiel schon hatte.
and we'll try to get back to what the Stanley Parable is really about. No frills, no gimmicks. Just you and me having a great time together like always. What do you say, friend?
Das ist nicht mein Büro.
Psst, Stanley, come over here. In the vent. I want to show you something.
Ich vertraue keiner Stimme, die aus irgendeinem...
Oh, You don't want to see the cool surprise I made for you? Well, fine. You're a dork anyway, so who cares?
Aber. Okay, ich komme damit ins Normale. Ja, okay. Mann.
Oh, never mind. You're not a dork. When Stanley came to a set
Nein.
of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. It was okay.
Okay, das war jetzt überraschend.
But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left. And so he detoured through the maintenance section, walked straight ahead to the opposite door, and got back on track. Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office. Hoping he might come into a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office. Stanley, come over here. In the vent. I want to show you something.
Ah. Geht weiter.
Okay, you remember how cheap and unsatisfying the new Ultra Deluxe content turned out to be? Well, it got me thinking about the past, and how much better the Stanley Parable used to be. So I made something special and tucked it away here where the game's developers won't find it. Just our little secret. Take a look.
Großer Googly-Moogly. Aber die Sache mit Firewatch war trotzdem war damals noch nicht drin.
I call it the Memory Zone. It's where I've been storing all my favorite memories so I can relive the peak experiences of my life whenever I want. Experiences like the launch of the Stanley Parable on PC.
Ist schön hier. Memory Zone. Oh, Sweet Zone.
You see, Stanley, doesn't the Memory Zone remind you of how wonderful Stanley Parable was before it was sullied with a cheap re-release? Remember back in October of 2013, when the game originally launched? Back then, video games had integrity. Back then, it all meant something. Oh, the waste.
Diese Schilder. So sah das Spiel nie aus. Oder? Cargo. Das Graphs Magazine, sehr gut. Audience Award, Stanley Parable. British Academy of Film and Television of Arts approved to Last of Us. Category Story. Einfach Stanley Parable drüber geklebt. Der Award ging an The Last of Us. Times. The original remake. Halt ein halbgarer Browser-Screenshot. Alles klar, Paper Guy. Dann eine wunderschöne gute Nacht dir und ja, bis vielleicht morgen. Und danke, dass du da warst. Glaube ich schon gesagt, oder? Egal, gute Nacht. Es gab eine limitierte physische Version. Okay. Okay, I see. Our first kiss, my first car, the release of the Stanley Parable 2013. Okay. Weg mit 20:13 Uhr, okay. Und einfach random Sachen. Ach, naja, nicht ganz so random Sachen. Weil, was hat das mit diesem Hund aus? I remember. The Memory Zone. Temp. Smile because it happened. A trip down memory lane. Oh, hängt hier $1. A Stanley Parable Demonstration. Oh. Er hat hier ein kleines Museum aufgebaut. Unachievable. It's impossible to get this achievement. Go outside. Don't play for 5 years. Das ist das Achievement, was ich eigentlich mal abholen sollte, indem ich das Stanley Parable mal starte von 2013. Nominee, British Academy Award, Stanley Parable, Game Innovation. Debut Game, okay. Story, aber es hat keinen gewonnen, habe ich das Gefühl. Der ging nämlich an The Last of Us. Der erste Dollar, den das Spiel verdient hat. Stanley Parable Alpha Test. Kann natürlich sein. Der erste Dollar, den das Spiel verdient hat. New video game releasing today. Creator surprisingly down to earth. New York Times. Ja, genau. Angelus Times. The Stanley Parable deals tough choices. Das Ende, wo Stanley durchdreht, okay. Oh. In loving memory, little Stanley. Was ist das? Ein Frettchen? Ein Hamster? Oh nein. Jemand seinen Hamster verewigt? Was sehr lustig gefunden, wenn jetzt hier so ein Gedenkstein für das Baby gewesen wäre.
Je suis dans la memory zone, c'est sur l'abri des loups, et je n'attends plus que toi, mon amour.
Design Museum Design of the Year. Der Action Award. Big Sushi FM Best of Packs 2013.
And over here is where I keep reviews of the Stanley Parable. Like this stunning triumph of games journalism. 10 out of 10 from Destructoid.com. James Stephanie Sterling writes, and I quote, Where so many games that aspire to be more than games end up less than any form of art, Stanley Parable strives and then succeeds to be every game ever created. Did you hear that, Stanley? Every game ever created. That's how grand and all-encompassing the original Stanley Parable was. It was literally every game ever created. It was Skyrim, it was Persona 3, it was all of them, and now it's nothing. It's no games at all. It isn't even the Stanley Parable anymore. It's just a husk now. A lifeless husk with an hour of new elevator content.
Aber das, was er gerade zitiert hat, steht hier doch gar nicht. Don't read any reviews except this one. How do you review a game like the Stanley Parable? To describe any one part of it is to risk its ruination. To detail what it has to say about game design, the illusion of choice, and the psychology of the gamer is to tell you too much. Comparisons too are going to woefully ineducate. Perhaps its closest cousin would be Dear Esther. Ja, es erinnert mich immer sehr an Dear Esther, das Spiel tatsächlich. But where Dear Esther wastes the form of interactive entertainment, Stanley Parable uses and then subverts it. Where so many games that aspire to be more than games and are less than any form of art, Stanley Parable strives and then succeeds to be every game ever created. Oh doch, okay, hier steht's. Even so, holding the game to the standards of any other title, it's simply not going to be correct. So how do you review what has become known as the Stanley Parable HD, the full-scale reimagining of one of the most intriguing mods available online? How do you discuss it, analyze it, and recommend it? That's quite simple. You don't. 10 out of 10. Flawless victory. Das ist Minecraft, das ist nicht Stanley Parable. Oh nein, Moment, das ist Stanley Parable. Ich erinnere mich, das Ende mit dem, wo wir bei Firewatch gelandet sind. Im Original landet man in Minecraft. Das ist der Punkt. Man kommt in Minecraft raus. Deswegen sagte ich eben noch, ach Moment, das ist neu. Person of the... Das ist Stanley. Das ist auch der Hammer-Editor für Source-Levels. Aber gucken wir jetzt schon wieder nur im Museum? Memory Zone Maintenance, okay. Buttons. Original Remake. Schöne Häuser. Das ist schönes Haus. Die Türen, natürlich. Oh, Scott K. Das sieht eher aus wie das Auto aus My Summer Car fast schon. Oh, Tatsache, eine physische Version. Da war eine Krawatte drin. In der physischen Version von Stanley Parable war eine Krawatte drin. Oh, die hätte ich ja gerne gehabt, muss ich ja sagen. Aber wahrscheinlich, wenn es heute noch eine gibt, ist sie wahrscheinlich beide teuer. Number 29. Habe ich noch nie gesehen. Vielleicht ein Ende, wo wir noch hin müssen. Auch genauso mit dem Smiley-Button. Und dem 8-Button, den ich jetzt immer noch nicht gesehen habe. Top 10 Memories from Stanley Parable. The end is never the end.
Here's another moving passage,
Source SDK.
this time from GameSpot.com. The Stanley Parable is both a richly stimulating commentary on the nature of choice in games and one that offers some of the most enjoyable, surprising, and rewarding choices I've ever been confronted with in a game. 9 out of 10. Don't you get it, Stanley? The game was perfect. It didn't need anything else. It didn't need new content. It just needed to be left alone.
The carpet
To spend the
pictures.
rest of time collecting dust in the hallowed hall of beloved video game memories.
Pairing Snake Oil Salesman. Hä? Sehe ich nicht ganz. Ah, okay, da geht die Tür. Ja. Going the wrong way has never felt so right. Es hat einfach keine Minuspunkte, aber wieso dann nur eine 9 von 10? People play games because of what they can do inside them, and your game is very good at letting them know they can't do anything. Literally anything. Ja? Serious Room. Ich komme nicht in den Serious Room. Hilfe. Ich kann nicht in den Serious Room. Es tut mir leid, wie lang?
These were simpler times, Stanley.
Ah.
But I wouldn't give to go back, to have it all over again. Wait, hang on. I don't recall this part of the memory zone before. What's this? What's down here?
Oh nein.
Oh no. Oh God, no. Stanley, it's a collection of reviews from Steam, the online video game distributor. I haven't looked at these in years. I can't even imagine what's been collecting down here. Surely these reviews were glowing as well, weren't they?
Ja, ich konnte ja nur in dem Kreis leider springen. Oh, die Steam-Reviews. Oh nein. Oh
Honestly,
nein.
I could not be bothered to play this game to full completion. The narrator is obnoxious and unfunny, with his humor and dialogue proving to be more irritating than entertaining. Unfunny! I'm not trying to be funny. I'm trying to make a serious work of art. I suppose I could write up a handful of gags to insert into the Stanley Parable, but the game is already such a densely layered web of profound philosophical insights that I can't even imagine where I'd have the room to stick them.
Na gut. Und als Steam Reviews.
Okay, let's see what this one says. While the idea for
But
the
who
game
did
is
Charlie?
good, for someone who prefers non-linear games, this preachiness gets annoying fast. Preachy? Stanley? I'm not preachy, am I? You can tell
Yeah.
me if I'm preachy. Honestly, you can. Oh, goodness. This is actually quite shocking for me. Well, to be honest, I had always thought of the game's dialogue as being rather terse to begin with. You can't know how much fluff I cut from the game to get it to feel as light and airy as it... Well, I always thought it did. But maybe it wasn't. Oh dear. What an awful memory to have to hold on to. These black marks on my otherwise unimpeachable track record. I feel
Hör nicht auf
like a
Nudelschaf.
failure. Like I let these people down. Perhaps the Stanley Parable isn't quite as sterling as I always remembered.
Aber konzentrier dich doch einfach mal auf die Reviews, die hier noch sind, die... Moment mal, das ist doch auch von Nudelschaf. Nudelschaf scammt uns. Das Spiel sieht aus wie dir, Esther.
What's this one got to say?
Okay,
You
nine.
constantly have to stop doing anything so the narrator can catch up with his long-winded explanations of what's happening. I wish there was a skip button.
Oh.
A skip button? Well,
Oh.
well, yes. Yes, I think we can do that. If I'm truly too preachy, then maybe letting you skip ahead for just a moment, surely it couldn't hurt. Not if it means we can strike these negative reviews from the record. Only positive reviews of the Stanley Parable. That's my motto today, and it's always been my motto. I'd do anything for the customer, Stanley. Yes, a skip button we shall have. And here it is. Go ahead and give it a shot. I'll pop you forward in time so that the second my incessant droning starts to bore you, with just the push of a button, you'll have zipped right past it. It's what the players have been asking for, and I'm very proud to have delivered. No more listening to me rambling on. Oh, you're back, you see. You were only frozen in time for a few minutes, but it was plenty of time for me to deliver a long, rambling monologue full of unnecessary verbal flourishes and lengthy ruminations on the nature of choice in video games. Of course, I happen to believe it was perhaps one of my more profound such ruminations. Not that, of course, you need a description of it, but if I had to describe it, I'd say it was perhaps less of a rumination and more of a treatise. Or maybe a manifesto. Look, I'll outline it for you very briefly, and you can tell me what you think. Okay, so my theory is that any choice you've ever made is simply a series of choices made by the person who...
Ich lasse ihn nicht ausreden.
Well, there, sport. You really did catch me rambling on a bit, didn't you? But that's the power of the button. The minute I start to go off on a thoughtless display of self-absorption, it's right at your fingertips to go poof, and it's all over. Oh, I can't wait to see what Cookie 9 will say about this, and whether they'll edit the rating of their Steam review, or at least change some of the wording, perhaps. To be honest, I don't even know if one can change their review in the first place. I guess I should become better educated on exactly how Steam works. Perhaps that would have been the smart thing to check on before I went about this whole exercise of making the skip button. Although I have to imagine that after seeing this exciting new technology at work, surely whoever it is runs Steam will instantly run out and implement a new feature to make it possible to edit one's review, merely because of this very situation. Yes, I think that's quite likely. Or perhaps they'll simply grant this particular user the ability to change their review, so that the feature is not widely abused. Look, I would even be okay with Steam altering this particular review so that it reads as something more beneficial, something along the lines of, "This game is the best game." Let me start over. How about this? From the ashes of depravity rises the phoenix of quality. Okay, welcome back, Stanley. Now, I should say that the amount of time the button has been skipping through is becoming longer and longer. That last one was, well, I want to say maybe 30, 45 minutes? It's not unendurable by any means.
Es ist so lange geredet.
There's really only so much I can ramble on to myself about. I know, it's shocking, isn't it? But at any rate,
Ihr müsst euch mal vorstellen, ob das Spiel jetzt tatsächlich noch 30 bis 45 Minuten an Text hat, von dem das Spiel davon ausgeht, dass sie niemals jemand hören wird, weil sie es eigentlich skippen müssen. Aber er muss sie trotzdem reden.
do suggest that we not press the button again. I think the skip button has been aptly demonstrated, and we can say goodbye to it and just... Wait, how do we get out of here? Where did the door go? Wasn't there a door that led into this room? I do feel quite certain that there was one... Stanley! Stanley, please don't push the button again. It's been 12 hours. You've just been frozen there. I don't know why the skips are getting longer, but they're really, truly getting longer, and my God, there's no way out of the room. Stanley, the door is gone. It's complete. Oh, Stanley, you're back. You're back. Oh, my goodness. I have someone to talk to again.
Oh, God.
Stanley, I think it's been a week. Or 2 weeks. I've been sitting here all that time. Just sitting here. Not a single person to speak with. And you'd think that that's just how it's always been, right? Me talking and you saying nothing. Would you think that it's exactly the same as always? Doesn't that feel like what we've already been doing? Me just talking? But it isn't, Stanley. It isn't the same at all. It isn't even close. Because I know you can't hear me once you push that button. That's what I'm realizing now, Stanley. I'm realizing that I needed to know that someone was listening. I needed there to be a vessel through which my words were moved. Oh, hello. It's you. You're here again. Welcome. I have had time to think about you and about us and about everything we've been through. I've had so much time, I stopped keeping track after a year. Have you ever sat down in one place and not moved for one entire year? Let me describe it for you. To begin with, there is only regret. There is only the turning wheel of missed opportunities. I felt nothing at all but regret for the longest
Der
time.
Skip-Button ist halt
Days,
nicht,
months.
bringt halt nichts, wenn er einfach sich aufspart, was er in dem Jahr hätte gesagt.
And when that feeling had begun to subside, what took its place is...
Hallo? Hallo? Oh oh. Wir haben zu viel geskippt. Die Uhr ist runtergefallen.
But they didn't understand the game was never meant to be funny. It was meant to have a point. It was meant to speak to the human condition. But where are the jokes? Where are the jokes? They bemoaned, they screamed, they gnashed their teeth and said, entertain us. It wasn't enough. They had to leave a pathetic little thumbs-down review and make all of their pitiful demands. But then, he's talking too much, they said. First, he didn't entertain us, now he won't shut up. It's the inconsistency, it's the lack of accountability. The end is never the end, 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 is never.
Nie wieder einen Skip-Button. Okay, aber ich glaube, so kommen wir langsam hier raus. So lange, bis das Gebäude zerfällt. Aha. Gleich in The Last of Us gelandet. Das ist der Award endlich für uns. Das läuft mir langsam wahnsinnig, würde ich glaube auch. Ich glaube, wir kommen langsam ans Ende aller Zeiten. Der Fahren. Vielleicht bei den End of Times angekommen. Ich wissen, was da draußen ist. Stellt euch mal vor, ihr könnt so weit in die Zukunft skippen, dass also so eine Zukunft, die ihr euch gar nicht mehr vorstellen könnt. Man kann sich ja eine Zukunft vorstellen, die irgendwo da angekommen ist, fliegende Autos, keine Ahnung was und sowas, aber das sind so, man stellt sich so 100 Jahre vor. Aber stellt euch mal eine Zukunft in 5000, 10.000 Jahren vor. Soweit, was kann man sich gar nicht vorstellen. Oh, oh, der Button. Oh, oh. Oh. Nein, der Button ist kaputt. Zeitmaschine. Sowas, hier von sowas rede ich. Er musste ja einen Skip-Button einbauen. Was ist denn da in der Ferne? Was Wolken?
Wait, Stanley thought to himself. Am I sure that the orders stopped coming in? How is that possible? They never stopped. Surely I was mistaken. Oh, good. You noticed my sign. Yes, I have something very exciting to show you.
Bitte kein Skip-Button. Bitte kein Skip-Button. Zeit ins Bett zu gehen. Ja, ich wünsche dir eine gute Nacht. Danke, dass du da warst. Du kannst den Rest natürlich im VOD dann nachschauen, wenn morgen oder sowas oder wann du möchtest. Wir werden noch ein kleines bisschen erkunden.
You see, Stanley, I've been reflecting on the Stanley Parable and about how roundly disappointing this ultra deluxe version has turned out to be. The original Stanley Parable was a landmark, and any new content for it should live up to that legacy. So forget this ultra deluxe nonsense. I say we take it one step even further. Which is why I'm very proud to announce for the first time ever, the Stanley Parable 2.
Okay.
Yes, you see, isn't this far superior to a measly re-release with a few minor additions? Think of all the new territory we'll cover with a fully fledged sequel. An entirely new experience, built from the ground up. Why, there are so many possibilities. It could go in so many different directions. This is what fans have truly been asking for.
Ich finde es einfach sehr, also ich muss gerade sagen, ich finde es so gut. Einmal, die 2 sieht einfach so richtig aus wie so generischer Nachfolger. Und einfach das, the end is never the end again. 4, 2, 7, so, ne, das ist wirklich gut gemacht, muss ich sagen. So richtig, wie man den zweiten Teil ankündigt. The New Mug. Oh, jetzt hier mit hochmodernen PCs und Telefonen und so, ne? Investor Showcase. Stanley Parable 2.
Calling it the Stanley Parable 2 is just so much
Über die
catchier than
Linie.
Ultra Deluxe, don't you think? Ultra Deluxe? What does it even mean? But the Stanley Parable 2, now that's an artistic statement right there. It's future-oriented.
Taste
It
the
screams
sequel.
progress,
Tasty.
innovation, and long-term franchising potential.
New and Tasty hieß vor allem das Remake von Apes Odyssey. Oh Mann. Okay. Just the two of us, we can make it. We try. Just the two of us. Just the two of us. Just the two of us. Building castles in the sky. Just the two of us, you and I. Never underestimate coffee enjoyer who left their cup by a leather sofa that faces a blurry room. Das habt ihr ernsthaft auf Time to wake up. Das habt ihr auf die Kaffeetasse geschrieben. Der, aber das mit dem Showcase, also es ist wirklich wie ein generischer zweiter Teil. Da Sequel Ideas. Stanley can grow axes. Stanley gets. Ich kann das nicht lesen, es ist zu weit weg. Kann ich nicht das Sichtfeld? Aha. Stanley can throw axes. Stanley gets boons from gods. Ah, ich verstehe. Warte mal ganz kurz. Ist das... Boons from gods? Das klingt nach Hades. Artistic Intimate Wife Scene. Oh. Free Room Mode. More famous narrator. Durchgestrichen. Dress Up Mode. Microtransaction. Proper Gameplay? Fragezeichen. Nude Stanley. New York City. Jetpack. Fuel Canisters. Okay, geht auf Fuel hoch. New content is out. New content part 2 is in. Busted new hotness. Boring section of the chart. Cool red section of the chart. 2. Oh, das wollen wir. Okay. They're back. 2 doors. Achso, 2 in verschiedenen Schreibweisen. Okay, also Schreibkarten. 1 plus 1 is 2 minus 1 is 1 plus 1. Okay, ja. Every pause button is a Roman numeral 2. Oh Mann, ey. More TSP, better TSP. Stanley Parable. Sequential Mindshare. Color red. Logo Ideas. Oh. Warte mal. Die erinnern mich teilweise so krass an irgendwelche Logos von Spielen. Vor allem, dass da dieses da in der dicken Schrift, ist das nicht Resident Evil 2? Also das unter dem Logo, was sie aktuell verwenden, sodass da drunter sieht sehr nach Resident Evil 2 aus. Okay, das ist... Oh nein, der Farn. Wir haben ihn gefunden, den Farn. Der Farn, der wohl niemals
Now, to be
wichtig wurde.
clear, I haven't quite nailed down what exactly the Stanley Parable 2 is going to be, but let's take a look at some of the features I've been developing for it. I figure that if I can loosely organize a handful of interesting concepts, that surely the game will sort of naturally spring up around them. It'll all work itself out. Game development is much more of a fuzzy magic than anything scientific or logical, really.
Dr. Red Marker, me. Oh Mann. Drum Design, Pitch Break, Pitch Design. Number 2 Chat. Um 12:02 Uhr natürlich. Weil, warum nicht? wollte gerade sagen, ich stuck bin. Okay, Stanley Parable 2 is the sequel to the Stanley Parable is the prequel to the prequel to the Stanley Parable 2 is the sequel to the Stanley Parable is the prequel. Okay. Wir haben da. Sequels are good. Portal 2, Half-Life 2, Batman Arkham Asylum 2, City, Divinity Original Sin 2, Doom 2, Aladdin 2, Return of Jafar, Dark Souls. Excuse me. Also. Meine persönliche Einschätzung von Sequels. Portal 2, ja. Definitiv. Half-Life 2, ja. Definitiv. Batman Arkham Asylum 2, Schrägstrich Arkham City, kann ich selber nicht beurteilen, weil ich die nicht gespielt habe, aber ich habe gehört, Arkham City ist, glaube ich, besser als Arkham Asylum. Also es soll schon ganz ziemlich gut sein, glaube ich. Okay. Divinity Original Sin 2, ja. Definitiv. Doom 2, ich fand Doom 1 ehrlich gesagt besser. Wobei man aber auch dazu sagen muss, Doom 1 und 2 unterscheiden sich. Es ist einfach, es sind nur andere Level. Und irgendwie 2 Waffen mehr oder so. Also, die reden, glaube ich, vom originalen Doom an der Stelle und nicht von dem Doom 2016 und Doom Eternal. Aladdin 2, Return of Jafar kann ich ehrlich gesagt nicht beurteilen und Dark Souls 2 sage ich nichts zu. Na, jetzt klingt, als würde ich Dark Souls 2 scheiße finden. Dark Souls 2 war ein gutes Spiel, aber es war also für mich kein gutes Dark Souls. Rap, the Ultimate Sequel. Was? Testing Printers Testing 2 Printers at same time. Was haben die denn? Einfach alles genommen, wo eine 2 drauf ist. This way to the show floor. Oh, Junge. Oh, Junge. Jetzt. Oh. New features. Two. Ist das der Bus zum New Content? Oder ist das der Bus mit den Leuten, der es interessiert? sagen, das haben sie gut hingekriegt. Es sieht echt so aus wie eine Vorstellung von irgendeinem Spiel. Wo mehr Geld ins Marketing geflossen ist als in alles andere. Ach, kommt schon, Leute. Okay, jetzt sind wir aber langsam auf E3-Niveau.
Here we are. Go on, try out some of the new features.
Bürodekoration des Stanley Purple Beruhigungseimer. Der Knopf, der den Namen des Spielers nennt, der das Spiel spielt. Oh, den will ich sehen. Hear your name in the game. Exclusive. The button that says the name of the player that is playing the game. That's new. Hear your name in the game. Enjoy the new features.
For the Stanley Parable 2, I asked myself, what do players really want? And of course, the first and most obvious answer is that they want to be individually recognized and validated as people. So with that in mind, my first addition to the game is this button which speaks the name of the person playing the game. Isn't that wonderful? Sorry, I should have clarified. Right now, the button only says the name Jim. But of course, in the final game, this button will say your name, whatever name that is. Here, let's have you role-play as Jim to really simulate the full experience of this feature. Just play along. I promise you'll love it. Okay, here we go. Let's take a deep breath, clear your mind, forget whoever you are, and simply become a person named Jim. I want you to imagine yourself living as Jim, sleeping and waking as Jim, falling in love and being heartbroken as Jim, seizing all of the world's possibilities as Jim, and as Jim watching your dreams crumble into dust. Do you feel it deeply? Are you really, truly Jim right now? If so, then please step forward and press the button.
Oh, hallo, ich bin Jim. Oh, der Button, der den Namen des Spielers sagt, der das Spiel spielt. Hier ausprobieren. Mal schauen, ob er Jim sagt. Mein Name ist Jim. Jim Possible. Mein Name ist Jim. Und ich werde das jetzt testen. Ich bin mal sehr gespannt, ob der jetzt Jim sagt, weil ich heiße Jim. Denn ich bin Jim. Ich stehe morgens auf als Jim, ich gehe abends ins Bett als Jim. Ich verliebe mich als Jim und ich habe Liebeskummer als Jim. Und meine Träume zerbröseln als Jim. Ich bin Jim. Jim. Wow!
Yes, you see? What a thrill, what a rush. That was you. The button described you. Do it again, do it again. Jim. Oh, it hits even harder the second time. If this were the only new feature in the Stanley Parable 2, it would still be worth the money. Let's take a break from the Jim button. I'm too emotionally drained from all of this personal validation. Jim. Whoa there, cowboy. Sometimes a person can be too much Jim. I'm putting the Jim button away.
Hey,
Otherwise,
nein.
soon you'll start to lose all sense of who you actually are.
Nein. Jim. Jim. Okay, wir beruhigen uns jetzt erstmal wieder. Ich bin Jim. Das war eine schöne Erfahrung. Give me that button. Jimmy.
I suppose I could allow only people named Jim to play the Stanley Parable 2. That would actually save me the work of finishing this feature.
Was sind denn die zwei da verloren? Epilog?
An epilogue would be fun, wouldn't it, Stanley? Yes, yes, it will go at the end of the, well, we'll figure that out later.
Oh nein, das wollte ich noch nicht. Ich wollte noch unten. You heard Jim in the game. The button that says Jim. That's Jim. Hat das da auch schon? Nein. Steht nur hier. Oh Mann. Whole new office. Wow. Oh nein. The baby is all grown up. Oh nein. Heiko. Dem Baby geht's gut. Warum kommen die Störgeräusche raus? Ist nur Screenshots. Screenshot gemacht. New updated ray traced more the same but in a good way sequel to the consistent quality with just the right amount of change. New features, new content, new ideas. Sprungkreis und unendliches Loch. So viel zu entdecken. Hier ist ja so viel zu entdecken. Wollen wir erstmal zum Beruhigungseimer? Oh, hier gibt's Merch. Oh, aber noch nicht zu kaufen. This shirt is the best new feature. I saw the new content. Sache ist, die könnten jetzt 1:1 diese Sachen wirklich verkaufen. Als Stanley Parable Merch. Hier ist nur Screenshots. Oh, das ist Stanley. Gehen zum Beruhigungseimer. Wow.
A common complaint of the Stanley Parable was that it was confusing and paradoxical, that it engendered a chaotic sense of reckless despair in those who played it. Well, I am happy to say that after much consideration, I've engineered a clever solution to this fundamental problem with the game. It's the Stanley Parable Reassurance Bucket. You see, Stanley, anytime you're holding the bucket, a sense of calm and ease will fill your mind and your heart. It's true. As long as you hold on to the bucket, the many disorienting contradictions of the Stanley Parable will feel perfectly normal and perhaps even comforting. You may even come to long for the gentle embrace of jarring cognitive dissonance while the bucket is in your arms. And to be honest, it's a much more convenient solution for me than actually redesigning the game to be less uncomfortable. Can you imagine what a pain in the ass that would be? Yes, the bucket is the perfect solution. Come on, give it a try.
Ich hätte das mit dem Bucket war bestimmt irgendein Insider einfach aus der Mod damals, wo man noch Sachen halten konnte, weil das ja Half-Life 2 war. Und man konnte quasi einen Eimer bestimmt irgendwo finden und mitschleppen und dann haben Leute das immer gemacht und dann deswegen stand auf dem Schild bestimmt auch No Buckets hier. Was ist das schon wieder? Lesen? Ah, irgendwas. Fand das okay. Wir nehmen den Eimer.
Can you feel it? The glow of comfort, even in the face of crushing despair, must already be sweeping through your body. And in fact, can I say that I do believe the bucket lends you an air of charisma as well? I think that just holding it has made you the slightest bit more attractive as a person. The benefits of the bucket seem to go on, don't they? All this and more await you in the Stanley Parable 2.
Einmal nicht wieder dahin stellen. Jetzt die ganze Zeit mit dem Eimer rumrennen. Okay.
Does anyone give out awards for most enjoyable bucket in a video game? That really should be an award if it isn't already.
So, mit dem Eimer müsste Stanley nicht mehr auf Toilette gehen. Okay, hier darf man keine Screenshots machen.
Okay, I'll be honest, I haven't yet decided on this one. I think that in the new version, the office could use a bit of decoration, like balloons. But I'm undecided on Get Well Someday and Happy 12th Birthday. Which would you go with?
Get well someday. Happy 12th birthday. Stepnies? Get well someday finde ich ganz passend irgendwie.
You know, sometimes when you solicit another person's opinion, it makes you realize that you knew which one you actually really wanted all along. Happy 12th birthday, stepniece, it is.
Danke.
Or actually, maybe I should have gone with... No, I've made my decision, we're moving on.
So sicher, noch kannst du es ändern.
Come now, you've already made your choice. It's true that you chose badly, but we all have to move on from our mistakes.
Okay, wir gehen jetzt hier nochmal zurück. Gehen hier durch. Aber auch da raus, ne? Dann gehe ich oben lang. Richtung Epilog. Das da ist ein waschechter Stanley. Einstellungen Weltmeister. Nein. Oh. Unendliches Loch und Gratiserfolg. Wir wollen es gratis Achievement, oder? Oh, der Jump Circle.
You know what? Let's bring the jump circle back for Stanley Parable 2 as well. It's... Oh, wait. You already spent all your jumps the first time we saw the jump circle. Oh well. I suppose it can just be a nice decorative piece then.
Nein, ich würde gern... Oh. Ich würde doch gerne wissen, inwiefern der Eimer jetzt das Sprungerlebnis verändert. Ach komm. Das ist enttäuschend. Expo Hall 2 Guide. Jump Circle this map. Re-achievement, the button that says playing the game. Merge setting world champion. The Stanley Parable Reinsurance Bucket. Office Decorations. Epilog. Collectibles. Infinite Roll und Exit. Warum habt ihr das so? Egal. Wow, okay. Da ist halt einfach nur Geld ins Marketing geflossen, nirgendwo anders hin. Okay, wir holen uns das Gratis-Achievement. I can't believe it's that simple. New and easy achievement. It just works. Doch immer noch das Model aus Half-Life 2, oder? Get yours right now. Pull the lever. Receive a new achievement. No more steps. It just works. Get yours right now.
Now here's something special. You remember that broken test achievement that got left in the game on accident? Well, I'm developing a technology to simply give you the achievement. Yes, you see, you'll come to this lever, and when you pull it, the achievement will be given to you. It's as simple as that.
Okay. Test achievement unachieved.
Okay, perhaps I should have clarified. This is technology that will exist. Right now, the achievement is still fully broken. I'm not a wizard, Stanley, but I guarantee it will be fixed in the sequel to at last satisfy the hordes of ravenous fans all over the world who have been uproariously demanding this feature. Gamers, we hear you, and I promise it will happen.
Pull me, please. Ich pulle. Mein Achievement. Mann. Ich wollte noch sagen, das mit dem It Just Works erinnert mich an Bethesda und naja, es funktioniert ungefähr genauso gut.
What else? What other exhibits haven't we seen yet?
Infinite Hole. It won't end. Hier war die Deko, ne? Oh, Deko, ja. The holy moly. How deep can we dig? Okay. Time death. Time like infinity. Holy like infinity. Space like infinity. Distance, space, time falling. Distance. Okay. Past. Time deeper. Oh, okay, okay, okay. Just keeps going. Naja, theoretisch hätte man ein unendliches Loch, wenn man quasi einmal komplett durch die Erde durchbohren würde. Man müsste auch durch den Kern bohren. Und unter der Voraussetzung, man würde das überleben. Dann würde man quasi ja durchfliegen. Auf der anderen Seite wahrscheinlich, also, ja, wobei die Anziehung ist so krass, man würde einfach in der Mitte kleben bleiben, glaube ich.
Stanley, here's an idea that I'm truly fond of. It's never been done before in a video game. This is in fact a hole that you can fall down forever. That's right. Infinite falling. You can fall until the end of time if you like. A stunning leap forward for video games as a medium.
Da hätte ich jetzt ein bisschen Angst, dass das noch nicht fertig ist, das Feature. Es wird doch bestimmt nicht fertig sein, oder?
You see, isn't it wonderful? One of my more ingenious concoctions, if I do say so. Now then, since you've gotten to see the infinite hole, you can press the teleport button to pop back up to the top, and we can continue onward. Now, I don't mean to be a bummer, but I do recommend you use the teleport button to go back to the top. Maybe do it on the sooner rather than later spectrum of things. Okay, Stanley, I don't know quite how to say this tactfully, but it's possible that I slightly exaggerated the infinite nature of the hole.
Uh-oh.
Is it a very, very deep hole? To be certain it is. It's an extremely deep hole. I don't want anyone to say that it isn't an astonishingly deep hole. It is. Is it infinite? Well, that sort of depends on your definition of infinity. From one perspective, The infinite is merely philosophical in nature. It's more of a... Okay, well, good for you. You found the bottom of the hole. You found me out, Stanley. I'm a liar and a cheat, and you're so clever. Look, I think the issue here is just that you're unusually fascinated by falling. What normal person actually wants to fall infinitely? I figured the hole was as deep as anyone would actually need. Don't you put this on me. Maybe you're the problem. Look, things got a little heated there. I think we both said some things we didn't mean. Why don't we just put all this behind us and agree to just call the hole mostly infinite? If that works for you, then go ahead and press the teleport button to warp up to the top of the hole and we can move on. I'll just be up here when you're ready.
So. Das hätte ich hier gerne als Mülleimer. Aber alles hier reinwerfen kann.
Great. Now, I'm very excited to show you even more of my ideas for the sequel. Oh, for heaven... You see, I was right. The problem is you. The problem is that you like holes too much. Not normal. A normal person would have said, yep, that's an infinite hole right there, goes on forever till the end of time. Don't need to see it all, but not you. Oh, no, 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 no. You have a weird sort of... Oh. Did the hole seem even shorter to you this time?
Ich wollte es gerade
I
sagen.
couldn't help but feel like you spent a little less time in there than you did before. I mean, admittedly, I didn't make an infinite hole, but I didn't think it was that not infinite. Well, I suppose once again there's nothing to do here. If you decide you've had enough of the hole, you can hit the teleport button and come join me up above. Had enough? I'm positively thrilled. I really do have so much more to show you and to talk about, and I've had enough of the hole for a lifetime.
Okay, hups.
Gosh, how could I have guessed? You're back in the hole. If this starts to become a thing where... Wow, okay, yes. I'm starting to become extremely certain that the hole is not only not infinite, but that it's growing steadily less and less infinite. I suspect that I'm starting to hit the point where it's no longer feasible to call the hole infinitely deep, even by the lax overall standards for accountability and marketing. What's going on here? Stanley, I have no explanation for the uncertain nature of the hole's length. Here, let's try something. Let's pop back up to the top, and we'll see if it gets any shorter. Well, there it is. The shame of my lie has come to haunt me.
Oh,
Not only is
nein.
the hole not infinite, but it's barely even a hole at this point. It's more of a concavity, or even a very aggressive divot. How is this still appealing to you? I know you're obsessed with holes, but at this depth, I just can't see this scratching the itch. Oh, who am I to judge? You just do whatever it is you're here to do and hit the teleport button when you're ready to move on. Is the, teleport button not working? You
Nein.
sure? Well, I mean, I really don't have an explanation. It was working just a... Still nothing? Well, I suppose there is one thing I can do to fix this. I'm out. Goodbye, Stanley. You couldn't bear to be away from the hole, and now you'll get more time with it than you could ever have asked for. It's a win for everyone. You get to be with the hole, I get to do literally anything else. Take care, Stanley. I hope you and the hole have a wonderful rest of eternity together.
Nein. Oh nein, nein, nein. Wisst ihr jetzt, warum ich euch nicht erklären konnte, was Stanley Parable für ein Spiel ist? Wow. Was steht denn da mit dem Eimer?
My head's stronger. Now you're no longer using every space of my.
Was? Oh! Ich hätte ja die funky Musik wieder.
Stanley? 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 Oh, good, you're awake. It seems you had sort of dozed off there, drifting away into dreamland. But we can't have that, Stanley, because this hole is just so darn fascinating that I want you to be wide awake for every second of it. You don't want to miss a single moment. So how about if I just pop in from time to time and wake you up to keep you really, truly focused on the hole? From the looks of things, you and I will have many, many years here in this hole.
Findest du
And
solche
I'm looking
Spiele,
forward to
das
all of
Finch
them.
erzählt über das?
Stay
Stanley
alert,
Parable ist
Stanley.
ultra bekannt.
I'll be back. Toodlepip.
Er kann sich jetzt nicht wieder hier alleine. Oh nein, es geht schon wieder los, oder? Oh.
Here we are. Go on. Try out some of the new features.
Ich möchte das nochmal machen. Können wir das bitte nochmal machen? Ich wollte das nochmal machen. Weil diese riesige Stanley-Statue. Can you find them? Can you find them? Can you find them? Collect them all. Ich wollte das nochmal mit der funky Musik und den Hundewelpen.
Ah, collectibles. Now it's a real video game. In the Stanley Parable 2, you'll run around gathering up these miniature Stanley figurines. And what's truly innovative is that there will be no reward for collecting all of them. I don't want to stifle the intrinsic joy of watching a number go up. You simply collect all of them, and then you move the hell on with your unremarkable life.
Wow. Das ist ein echter Stanley. Das ist Stanley Charakterdesign. Hallo, Freunde. Ich bin eine kleine Figur. Ah.
God, it really is the worst when you collect everything in a video game and then they give you a big fancy reward for it. Absolutely tragic.
Das ist schon der Ausgang. Aber... Mostly Infinite Hole. Ah, okay, er hat's schon. Fine, it ended. Okay. Hm. Ja gut, dann müssen wir jetzt wohl leider zum Ende gehen. Oh. Aber eine schöne Ausstellung. Ich freue mich auf Stanley Parable 2.
All right. Have you seen everything you wanted to? Ready to move on now?
Ja, nein, ich würde gerne nochmal in das Loch springen. Das war funky.
So, Stanley, what do you think? Do you like all of the new features? Yes, I know it's not exactly clear yet how exactly these features will come together as one single coherent video game, but I can feel it in my soul. It's going to work. There's definitely a good game in there somewhere. Say, let's do an experiment. I'll arrange these new features together, and we'll see whether or not it coheres into a meaningful gameplay experience. Okay. Are you ready? Here it is. I give you the Stanley Parable 2. I mean, there's potential here, right? It's sort of... Okay, never mind. Hold on. Let me do a different arrangement.
Kann ich
Okay, yes, this is much better. I feel good about this. Here we go. Version 2. Who am I kidding, Stanley? This isn't a coherent video game at all. It's a lot of gags. And I do very much enjoy creating gags, but they don't add up to anything. I wanted more than anything to create a sequel that would capture all the magic of the first game. I wanted fans to love it. No matter how good these gags are, they won't stand on their own. They would need the structure and the gameplay of the original. Wait, maybe that's it. I can take the original Stanley Parable and simply, well, insert a few of my new features into it. Tastefully, of course. With respect. With care for the vision and integrity of the original game. Would it possibly work? I suppose it could. But it would need a really, really tremendous title screen. A title screen that says with bold and uncompromising conviction, "This is the Stanley Parable 2. Let me see if I can whip something up. All right, perfect. Go ahead. Take a look.
Das ist großartig. Tatsächlich ein neues Menü. Bin erstaunt. Okay, er will die neuen Features einbauen. Sehe ich das richtig? Aber im Geiste des Originalspiels.
This is the story of a man named Stanley. Stanley worked for a company in a big building where he was employee number 427. Employee number
Diese Ballons schon
427's
sehe.
job was simple. He sat at his desk in room 427 and he pushed buttons on a keyboard. Orders came to him through a monitor on his desk, telling him what buttons to push, how long to push them, and in what order. This is what employee 427 did every day of every month of every year. And although others might have considered it soul-rending, Stanley relished every moment that the orders came in, as though he had been made exactly for this job. And Stanley was happy. And then one day, something very peculiar happened. Something that would forever change Stanley. Something he would never quite forget. He had been at his desk for nearly an hour when he realized that not one single order had arrived on the monitor for him to follow. No one had showed up to give him instructions, call a meeting, or even say hi. Never in all his years at the company had this happened, this complete isolation. Something was very clearly wrong.
Ja, das Awaiting Input ist noch von mir.
Frozen solid, Stanley found himself unable to move for the longest time. But as he came to his wits and regained his senses, he got up from his desk and stepped out of his office.
Guck bitte übrigens mal auf den Streamtitel. Zweite Episode von Stanley Parable. 2. Okay. Er wird also jetzt er hat die Änderungen eingebaut.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
Oh. So. Oh.
Stanley picked up the bucket.
Den Eimer haben wir auch. New Content Door ist weg.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Okay, gehen wir links? Oder... Lass mal links gehen. Lass mal das Spiel normal spielen. Bist mal zu dem
No
Baby.
one was here. Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever. Perhaps his boss's office was where he'd find answers. Oh, Stanley, can you feel it? The broom closet. It wants the bucket. You can feel that, can't you? The aura of jealousy? It's as clear as day. This broom closet believes it deserves the bucket. I can really feel it now. It's a bucket. It belongs in a broom closet. That's what the broom closet is trying to say here. It's supposed to go with the other cleaning supplies. Good for you, Stanley. Don't give in. Don't hand over the bucket. I know how hard it must be, given the pressure that the broom closet is putting on your shoulders right now, but you have to be strong. This is your bucket. This is your companion and lifelong friend. You can't hand it over. Oh no. We're getting into name
Ja, aber echt
calling
ein
now, it
Problem.
seems. Is this how low the broom closet has sunk, that it has to resort to this stream of petty insults simply in order to get you to hand over the bucket? Stanley, I never liked this broom closet for a variety of reasons, but even this is worse than I had imagined. And wait, now the broom closet has the gall to imply that you and the bucket are not truly deep and lasting friends? That your relationship is purely superficial
Kann ich
and
jetzt Skip-Button
convenient?
wieder haben?
That your life is so banal and meaningless that you'd feel the same sort of kinship towards any inanimate object which happened to lay in your path in an even partially enticing manner? Well, I'd never. Go on, Stanley. Lay into it. Really tell the broom closet off for its demeaning comments. Expand on the wide variety of experiences you and the bucket have shared together. Go through each of them point by point. Share your journal entries detailing the rich emotional landscape of your feelings for the bucket as they have changed and evolved over the years. Let him have it.
Geh einfach wieder raus, okay.
Okay, I've got you. Coming to a staircase,
Oh.
Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office. You found one of them. One of the miniature Stanley figurines. Remember, no reward for collecting all of these, only the intrinsic pleasure of a job well done. You can't buy that sort of happiness, Stanley. God knows I've tried. So, I implore you to savor each and every moment you come across one of these beautiful figurines.
Because the boss knows that what the boss says goes. If the boss suffered losses, then that's what the boss goes. Nein, die Tür ist zu.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight of this revelation, Stanley may have broken down into an emotional dumpster fire if not for the soothing presence of the bucket. Even now, in his darkest of hours, did the bucket's warmth and guiding light pierce the dark clouds of confusion and chaos. It would be with him always. The bucket would, and he knew it. The two of them were inseparable. At this point, Stanley was so absorbed in the tender spiritual connection he shared with the bucket that he didn't notice the keypad behind the boss's desk. Nor in his bliss of simply being near the bucket did he have any notion that the PIN number for the keypad was 2845. But Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him?
Ich sollte nie wieder den Eimer
This
mitnehmen.
is certainly the most logical explanation.
Oh,
Another miniature Stanley figurine. This, you know, there really must be a snappier name for these things. What about mini-stands? Stanley figs? Or what about Stanlerines? Yes, I think I like that. Another Stanlerine under your belt.
Ballerines. Okay. Stanley-Kur.
The elevator raced downward, plummeting towards an unknown fate. It would be all Stanley could do to keep himself together, if not for the bucket. Soothing him, comforting him, reassuring that in this
Der
darkest
sagt
moment
doch
of
safe
uncertainty,
irgendwas
he
Neues,
would
wenn ich
be
jetzt mit dem
all right.
Eimer wieder
The
hochfahre.
bucket is here for you, Stanley. Everything will be fine.
Das würde mich echt reizen, weil normalerweise beschwert er sich halt, wenn ich jetzt wieder hochfahre. Aber er schiebt es bestimmt jetzt auf den Eimer.
Wait, Stanley said to the bucket. Can we go back up? When I was pressing those keypad buttons, there was something very intriguing about the number 3. I want to go back so I can try pressing the number 3 again. The bucket said nothing. Here we are, said Stanley. Now I'm going to try out that number 3 button. He took the bucket over to the keypad and began absolutely slamming on the number 3 over and over. Wow, he said. The number 3 is such a special button. I'm having the time of my life. Stanley looked expectantly at the bucket.
Warum
but
sage
the
ich jetzt
bucket
3
remained
und nicht die
silent.
2?
This was a shock to Stanley, who had always felt such a connection with the bucket. How was this not as exciting to the bucket as it was to him? Once Stanley had had enough of the number 3, he got back in the elevator.
Wir haben noch auf den 8-Button. Haben wir immer noch nicht gefunden.
Perhaps the bucket had missed something. Perhaps it had not seen how much joy Stanley got from slamming the number 3 repeatedly. A hint of regret nagged in the back of Stanley's mind. Should he demonstrate the number 3 for the bucket again?
Nein, 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 nein.
Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read, Mind Control Facility. The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley and the bucket both wondered to themselves. The monitors jumped to life, and Stanley nearly dropped the bucket in shock. Everyone in the office was being videotaped, monitored like guinea pigs. The bucket had never seen anything like this, and it very nearly burst into tears as Stanley cradled it gently, reassuring it that everything would be fine. Was the bucket under the mind control facility's influence as well? Had the bucket been told to do things it didn't wish to do? What kinds of things does a bucket want to do or not want to do in the first place? These questions raced furiously in Stanley's feeble mind.
Man kann ganz kurz warten, bis die Monitore nochmal umschalten.
No!
Das wissen, was auf dem Monitor drauf ist.
He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control. Never! He squeezed the bucket tighter. His one friend in the entire world. At this point, he could trust no one except for the bucket. But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions. Happy, or sad, or content. Walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he and the bucket would dismantle the controls for good. Two best friends, Stanley and the bucket, up against the world. They high-fived in a really cool way, and the bucket made a sassy comment about taking down the system.
Ich würde gern das Loch nochmal finden. Ich will da nochmal reinspringen. Ich will das nochmal mit der funky Musik. Und den Hundewelpen.
When at last they came to the source of the room's power, Stanley and the bucket knew it was their obligation to put an end to this horrible place and to everything it stood for. Stanley and the bucket waited in blackness. Was it over? Yes, they had done it. Stanley and the bucket had defeated their greatest and darkest enemy, freed themselves from the tyrannical grip of the evil mind control machine. Freedom was now mere moments away. Excitedly, the two of them began to discuss the kind of life they wanted to live once they stepped through this massive door. The bucket wanted to learn to roller skate. Stanley wanted to sneeze in every country on Earth. Both of them wanted to begin watching a movie, any movie, but then stop it halfway through and begin watching it in reverse from the end. True, it was a simple life they envisioned, but it was one they'd lived together, with one another to lean on, to trust, to support. What? Wait. What was happening? Why had the door stopped? Was Stanley and the bucket not about to be freed? An unbearable silence filled the room, lingering in uncertainty, until finally the truth hit Stanley square in the face. This building did not want the bucket to leave.
Nein!
The facility itself recognized the incredible calming presence of the bucket, needed the soothing warmth of the bucket, would go to any lengths not to part with the bucket. No, no, no. Stanley can't leave this place. Not while he has such a precious bucket in his arms. Not while this building has anything to say about it. Stanley realized he would never again leave this very room. But at least he has the bucket. To be trapped eternally in darkness isn't really so bad, Stanley thought to himself. As long as I have my bucket with me, right? I'll be okay, won't I? Stanley gulped. Very soon now, he was about to find out.
Das ist das Ende, wenn ich den Eimer mitschleppe. Okay, ich glaube, die Fortsetzung ist jetzt pausiert. Ich glaube, das ist genug Stanley Parable für heute. Oh. Es ist wirklich, also es ist einfach. Kann ich einfach nichts zu sagen. Andere Game von dem Entwickler schon gespielt. Beginners Guide, ja. Von Davey Reeden. Ich habe auch das originale Stanley Parable gespielt. Und auch sogar damals die Mod. Ich habe Stanley Parable. Ich habe sehr viel von Davey Reeden gespielt. Und es ist nichts anderes, als ich von Stanley Parable erwartet habe. Ein interessantes Stück Software, möchte man meinen. Ich möchte da nicht weiter drüber reden. Ich möchte das erstmal verarbeiten. Und da muss ich, glaube ich, alleine sein mit meinem Eimer. Das, sie sinnlos oder verstörend. Das ist, ja. Alles. Es ist einfach alles. Stanley Parable. Eimer voll Schlaf, das klingt gut. Das klingt sehr, sehr gut. Ich guck mal, wer ist noch online. Spontane Sinnkrise, ja, die kriegt man bei Stanley Parable immer. Ich kann gar nicht in Worte fassen, was da heute passiert ist. Es ist wirklich, also, nee. Ich gehe euch gleich zu Silly. Da gibt es auch ein bisschen Pokern in Rust, wenn ich das richtig sehe. Also, morgen kann es sein, dass es einen etwas anderen Stream geben wird. Ich bin mir noch nicht so ganz sicher, ob das gestreamt wird. Auf jeden Fall, es kann sein, dass ich morgen Nachmittag streame. Eventuell, wir werden sehen. Aber lasst euch überraschen. Ach, ansonsten, in diesem Sinne, ich kann nicht mehr. Ich kann nicht mehr. Ich schicke euch zu Silly und werde jetzt das Ganze verarbeiten. So. Dann. Vielen Dank, dass ihr da wart. Habt eine wunderschöne gute Nacht und ich kann nichts mehr sagen. Ich bin fertig mit der Welt. Danke, dass ihr da wart. Habt morgen einen schönen Sonntag. Gegebenenfalls sehen wir uns morgen Nachmittag. Mal sehen. Ich habe Nocte. Und lasst euch nicht von Eimern. Lasst euch nicht den Eimer wegnehmen. Lasst euch nicht den Eimer wegnehmen. Das kann man, glaube ich, so sagen. Und, ja. Gute Nacht. Gute Nacht.